Chapter 1300. It was the corpse of a middle-aged man. He had never seen him before, but he knew he was no ordinary person. Otherwise, the three of them would not have looked so gloomy, and their eyes flashed with anger and murderous intent. Chuli, this is he Shijian, priest he. Sun Mingwe pointed at the corpse on the ground and the elder. Lu Chenyu, priest Lu. She pointed at the bald, middle-aged man. Cheng Siyu, priest Cheng. She then pointed at Chuli, Zhao De. Fang Qingyang stared at he Shijian on the ground with a gloomy expression. He did not look at Chuli. Lu Chenyu and Cheng Siyu looked at Chu Li and nodded slowly. They had heard of Zhao De for a long time, but it was their first time meeting him. They did not think he was as ugly as the rumors said. Everyone was exaggerating, but upon closer inspection, he had a unique charm. Chu Li Fist saluted and looked at he Shijian's corpse. Priest he this? He has gone to great light surpassing state, Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li frowned. There aren't many people in the world who can make a priest enter great light surpassing state, right? Yes, Sun Mingwe said. See if you recognize the martial art. The white-haired and ruddy Lu Chenyu scoffed. The saint is making things difficult for branch leader Zhao. They cannot tell what kind of injury it was, and they did not think Chu Li could. Although they felt that Chu Li's cultivation level was not inferior to theirs, it could not make up for his lack of experience. Sun Mingwe did not comment, and gave Chu Li a look, indicating for him to take a look. Chu Li Fist saluted the three of them, then bowed to the corpse and went forward to take a look. He looked and said, 9 kills palm, prophecy pavilion. It really is 9 kills palm? Sun Mingwe scoffed. Chu Li nodded. 9 kills palm not only kills the body, but also the soul. Therefore, those who are killed by 9 kills palm can't be saved even if they have a spirit pill that can bring the dead back to life. Fortunately, priest he reacted quickly and went to great light surpassing state. If one did not go to great light surpassing state, those who were killed by 9 kills palm would not have a chance to reincarnate and would be completely destroyed. This was the viciousness of Prophecy Pavilion's martial art. Is it really the 9 kill palm? Cheng Siyu, who had a shiny bald head and a solemn expression, said in surprise, Little Zhao, you actually recognize the 9 kill palm. Chu Li nodded and said, I've dealt with the Prophecy Pavilion a few times and suffered a few losses. Is the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries really so formidable? Cheng Siyu said, they were actually able to kill us. After ascending to the position of Guardian King, one could be said to be a rare master in the world. Even if they could not win, they could still escape, and it was very difficult for their lives to be in danger. Shijian's death made them feel cold and angry. The strength of the Tianji Pavilion is comparable to the 8 great sects of the Fu dynasty. Dharma King Cheng, do you think they are powerful or not? Sun Mingwe said coldly. Fang Qingyang gritted his teeth and sneered. Saint, we must avenge this. Of course. Sun Mingwe nodded. Lu Chenyu asked, Saintess, how should we deal with them? Chu Li said, I know where their lair is, but the disciples of the Divine Prophecy Pavilion have the divination skill, so they can seek fortune and avoid calamity. It's not easy to kill them, so setting up an ambush is useless. According to what you've said, young branch leader Zhao, we can't deal with them? Cheng Siyu asked. Chu Li nodded slowly. It's easy for them to kill us, but it's difficult for us to kill them. Don't flatter others and diminish our own morale. Fang Qingyang scoffed impatiently. No matter how powerful they are, they're not from the 8 sects. Besides, even the disciples of the 8 sects aren't that difficult to kill. Lu Chenyu said, actually, it's not difficult. Since we know where their lair is, we can directly surround them and kill them as soon as they come out. The Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries doesn't have that many disciples, so I don't believe that we can't kill them if we mobilize all of our high officials. Good idea. High officials can come in handy at this time. Cheng Siyu touched his shiny head. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single day. We usually keep them, but now is the time to mobilize. Fang Qingyang's expression changed slightly. Chu Li said, as far as I know, The Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries and Stargazing Pavilion have a very close relationship. Once the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries is surrounded, Stargazing Pavilion will definitely not sit idly by. In other words, once we deal with the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries, we'll have to deal with Stargazing Pavilion at the same time? Lu Chenyu said coldly. Chu Li nodded slowly. That's why we have to be cautious. I think that once we make a move, we have to attack with the force of a thunderbolt and not give them a chance to catch their breath. Otherwise, if we involve Stargazing Pavilion, there'll be endless trouble. Everyone's expression was slightly solemn. The Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries was already troublesome enough. If they were to involve Stargazing Pavilion, they would not be confident. Stargazing Pavilion did not have many disciples, but they were one of the 8 sects, which further demonstrated their prowess. The disciples of Stargazing Pavilion were unfathomable and had wonderful foresight. They were invisible and impossible to guard against, so they did not want to offend them. Sun Mingwe paced with her hands behind her back, deep in thought. Chu Li stared at Sun Mingwe and said, "Saint, why don't you bear with it for now? A little impatience will spoil the great plan. It's better not to offend the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries for now." Sun Mingwe glared at him. She knew that Zhao Dai was the one who wanted to deal with the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries the most, but he deliberately said those words to block her path of retreat. Chu Li smiled awkwardly and avoided her gaze, looking as if he had been seen through. Why does young branch leader Zhao have a grudge against the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries? Lu Chenyu asked. Chu Li said, "To be honest, Priest Lu, I have a deep grudge against the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries. They actually spread rumors that I'm Chu Li from the Ji Dynasty and that I'm a traitor. If it weren't for the saints' wisdom, I would have been killed by them." No wonder. Lu Chenyu suddenly realized. It was no wonder that Zhao Dai was so familiar with the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries. It seemed that he wanted revenge, so he put in the effort to find out more about the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries than they did. Sun Mingwe said, "I've already killed Chu Li with my own hands, so this rumor will fall apart on its own. However, the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries divination skill can kill people invisibly. A few rumors can have an invisible effect, so we have to be careful. Once we want to deal with them, we have to do as Zhao Dai said and destroy them in one fell swoop." Chu Li said, "But I'm worried that they can predict that we're going to deal with them in large numbers and already have countermeasures." "There's no need to predict. They should know," Sun Mingwe said. "Let's rely on our own strength. Priest Lu, Priest Cheng, and Priest Lu will bring all the Azuras to the Fu Dynasty's Cloud Dream Mountain. Priest Fong, bring a few top-notch high officials to support them." "Yes." The 3 of them gave a fist salute and replied. Chu Li's heart skipped a beat when he heard about the Azuras, but his expression remained stern as he said, "Saint, I want to do my part too." "You?" Sun Mingwe frowned. "Go back first. Don't get involved in this." Chu Li frowned. "Saint," Sun Mingwe said, "you've lost your cool because you want to take revenge. You're the branch leader of Gale Branch. How can you not go back after so long? You should settle the matters in the branch first." "Yes." Chu Li's face turned pale as he gave a fist salute. "I'll go back now, goodbye." "Go." Sun Mingwe waved her hand. Chu Li gave a fist salute to the 3 of them, then turned around and strode away, looking extremely angry. The 3 of them found it funny. Zhao Dai was too bold to give the saint a hard time. Chapter 1301. Sun Mingwe shook her head. "He's too bold and shouldn't make any more contributions. I'm planning to suppress him and temper him. With his current temper, it's not suitable for him to ascend to a high position." That's true. He's too young." Lu Chenyu nodded slowly and glanced at Fong Qingyang. "His temperament is different from Xiao Fong's." Fong Qingyang said, "Zhao Dai's indeed bad-tempered and condescending. He doesn't respect anyone but the saint. The 3 of us are the same. We really need to temper him," Lu Chenyu said. Cheng Siyu said, "Saint, once Azura enters the Fu Dynasty, there'll be huge repercussions." Sun Mingwe said calmly, "The Pavilion of Heavenly Prophecy can predict the workings of the heavens, but the Azuras are beings from the outer heavens, so we can't hide from them. You guys lay in ambush at the side and wait for the high officials to make their move. Yes. Lu Chenyu and Chung Siyu gave a fist salute. Sun Mingwei waved her hand. Go. The two turned and left. Sun Mingwei looked at Fang Qingyang and said, You look hesitant. Is it because of Li Hanyan? Say. Fang Qingyang could not open his mouth. He knew he was too selfish, but this matter was too dangerous. If Li Hanyan were to make a move, he would be on tenterhooks. You do as you see fit, Sun Mingwei said. Yes. Fang Qingyang showed a bitter expression. He gave a fist salute and left the Divine Light Basilica with heavy steps. His heart felt heavy as if a rock had fallen on him. He came to the steps in front of the basilica and looked up at the blue sky. After a long time, he sighed and stomped his feet. He clenched his teeth and left the basilica. Chuli returned to Gale Branch in a flash. He first dealt with the chores. Ko Chiong and the other two had handled everything well, so he did not have to worry about them. Thus, his absence did not affect the operation of Gale Branch. After he returned to his courtyard, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared at the foot of the Cloud Dream Mountain. He transformed into Su Fu and floated into the Prophecy Pavilion. He did not want to expose his ability to change his appearance by the sea. He came back to find a chance to obtain star stones so that he could not go in and out of the Cloud Dream Mountain when the people from the Holy Church of Light surrounded it. He scanned the area with the omniscient mirror. Other than a few basilicas that he could not see through, all the other courtyards appeared in his mind. He looked at his courtyard. There was no one in sight and no ambush. He was a little surprised. Could it be that Liang Sheng had not exposed his crimes? He thought about it and felt that it was highly possible. Perhaps he would just swallow his pride to avoid exposing their own shameful deeds. Even though he didn't see any ambush, he didn't return to his own courtyard. Instead, he appeared in a nearby courtyard and sat at a stone table to observe the sound of the beam. However, after scanning the omniscient mirror, he could not find Liang Sheng. It seemed like he was not in the Prophecy Pavilion. Could it be that he went to the Stargazing Pavilion? He looked at Song Wu and his expression changed. He found that Song Wu's kung fu had been completely destroyed. She sat beside the stone table with a haggard face and stared at the foot of the wall absent-mindedly. Her eyes were dim, and there was not a trace of high spirit and fighting spirit. She was like a walking corpse. Chuli glided over the top of the wall and landed in front of Song Wu. He called out, "Senior Sister Song." Song Wu slowly turned her head to look at him and stood up. "Junior Martial Brother Su." Chuli frowned. "Who destroyed your kung fu? Why?" Song Wu looked at him with a complicated expression. "Junior Martial Brother Su, are you a disciple of the Holy Church of Light?" Chuli was stunned and finally shook his head. "I'm not a disciple of the Holy Church of Light. At that time, Liang Sheng and Liang went set up a formation to kill me to avenge Tangu. I was unwilling to be captured, so we fought. At the crucial moment, a disciple of the Holy Church of Light appeared and killed Liang One." "So you're not a disciple of the Holy Church of Light?" "No," Chuli said in a low voice. This was not a lie. He was not a disciple of the Holy Church of Light. He was the chief of the Glory's Will courtyard in the Ji public house. Song Wu's expression recovered a little. She said, "Now that Masters Junior Liang is framing you as a spy from the Holy Church of Light, you should quickly go to the pavilion leader to defend yourself so that Masters Junior Liang doesn't have a chance to attack." Chuli nodded slowly. As expected of a couple. What a sweet scene. With a sneer, Liang Sheng and another elder floated into the courtyard. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed and formed a formation. Chuli scoffed. No wonder the omniscient mirror could not see them. They had set up a formation to hide their figures. He frowned and stared the two of them. "Masters Junior Liang, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. You're framing me as a disciple of the Holy Church of Light." Liang Sheng stared at him with a gloomy expression. "Cunning boy, I really misjudged you." Chuli said, "This has nothing to do with Senior Sister Song. Why did you vent your anger on her and cripple her kung fu? How you treat the younger disciples is really despicable. No wonder Tangu dared to steal other disciples' sky, soaring pills." It turns out that he learned it from you. When nest of snakes and rats. It's sad that we have an elder like you in the prophecy pavilion. Shut up, Liang Sheng shouted. The veins on his neck bulged. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "You have a sharp tongue. Go to hell." He struck with his palm. Chuli took a step to the side and avoided it. He continued, "The pavilion leader doesn't know that you're so arrogant." I must complain to the pavilion leader. You're an elder, but you want to kill a younger disciple because of a nephew. I'm at the 9th level of the heavenly heart technique. What about the other disciples? He turned to look at the other elder and said, Masters Jr., are you in cahoots with him? You're really a smart boy. Lu Shi smiled. You really have the 9th level of the heavenly heart technique? That's right. Chu Li said, Masters Jr., can't you tell? Sigh. What a pity. Lu Shi shook his head. You shouldn't have offended Elder Liang. I owe him a favor. I can only kill you. You're killing a genius like me just because of a favor? You don't care how much damage it will cause to the prophecy pavilion? Chu Li frowned. Lu Shi smiled. The disciples of the prophecy pavilion are all geniuses. You won't make much of a difference. Especially someone like you, who disrespects your elders, can't be left alive. Little boy, you don't have to waste your breath. Just do it. Liang Sheng scoffed. Elder Lu, don't be careless. This boy's cultivation level is high. He's pretending to be weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shrunk his body and used his secret skill again. He became thin and short. He moved as fast as lightning and instantly struck at Chu Li, leaving him no time to dodge. Bam, 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 bam. Chu Li kept receiving the attack. There was no other way. His surroundings had changed. It had turned into a forest. There was no courtyard, no walls, and no gate. He wanted to break through the formation, so he used the Deva shedding technique. Just as he was about to escape, a palm energy hit his back. Bang! He flew out like a stone thrown by a catapult. He crashed into a wall. The wall trembled and almost collapsed. He felt his internal organs churn. It was as if he was being twisted by a knife. The pain was unbearable. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body seemed to be embedded into the wall, unable to move. Energy surged in his body and continued to destroy it. It was as if someone was constantly pushing against him and exerting force. Chapter 1302. Lu Shi's eyes were sharp. The moment Chu Li used the Deva human shedding technique, his body slowed down. This was something that could not be overcome. Even if he could multitask and activate different heart techniques at the same time, different heart techniques would conflict in his body, so he could only use the Deva human shedding technique first. This moment of delay was seized by Lu Shi. Using the power of the formation, he struck Chu Li with his palm and severely injured him. Chu Li watched as Liang Sheng approached him like a ghost. The 9-kill palm was about to hit him. He shook violently, and the wall suddenly rumbled. The moment it collapsed, he drilled out of the wall and left the range of the formation. He turned around and ran. If you run, we'll kill Song Wu. Lu Shi said in a low voice. Chu Li did not turn his head and shouted, This is the prophecy pavilion, not a place for you to do whatever you want. You've wrongly accused me, Su Hun, and you want to kill Senior Sister Song. Where is the justice? His shout echoed throughout the prophecy pavilion. His body suddenly sped up and shot out of the prophecy pavilion. Ah! Liang Sheng roared and chased after him. Chu Li's voice came from afar. I don't believe that the pavilion master will let you do whatever you want. He'll definitely give justice to me and Senior Sister Song. Liang Sheng shouted as he chased. Bastard, don't run if you're not guilty. You're a spy from the Holy Church of Light. Although he wanted to kill Chu Li with one palm, he did not have the thought of risking his life like last time. After all, Liang Wen had been dead for a few days. His grief was not as strong as before. He was also worried about his lifespan. If he continued to burn it, it would shorten his lifespan by a lot. He did not have many days left to live. It was not worth it for such a guy. The sect could kill him. He could not escape. Moreover, he saw that Chu Li was heavily injured. He could deal with him without risking his life. Whether I'm a spy or not, the pavilion master has the final say. You don't. Chu Li's voice came again. It was thin and light, but it clearly spread throughout the prophecy pavilion. Liang Sheng was furious. He sped up again and could already see Chu Li's back. Lu Shi's movement technique was extraordinarily fast as he followed closely behind. He shook his head and said, "Forget it, old Liang. We can't catch up. This brat's cultivation is really powerful." Even the bluestone would have been cut in half by his solid palm strike. Suhan's flesh and blood body must have been severely injured, but he was still able to run so fast. Clearly, he had activated a secret technique. Once he activated his secret technique with all his might, they would have no hope of catching up to him, unless they risked their lives and burned their lifespans like he did. He had only made a move because of a favor. It was not worth it, so he thought of retreating. Liang Sheng gritted his teeth. "I want to avenge my little brother. Revenge is not in a short period of time. I reckon that after this, he will only have half a life left. When we return, we will ask the pavilion master to come out of seclusion and calculate his position." Liang Sheng hesitated. Moreover, he still cares about Little Song. As long as Little Song is in the pavilion, he won't have to worry about where he can escape to. Lu Shi said in a low voice, "Your current situation is not good either. You have to take care of your body. If something unexpected happens to you, what will happen to Xiaogu?" Liang Sheng nodded slowly and stopped walking. The two of them had already left the prophecy pavilion and turned around to walk back. Chu Li hid behind a tree and spat out another mouthful of blood. Spiritual energy surged from all directions and enveloped his body. It was as if he was immersed in a hot spring. His whole body was indescribably comfortable. Although Lu Shi's palm strike was powerful, the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture had dissipated most of the force. Moreover, his body was much stronger than before, so his injuries were not as serious. After a short period of healing by spiritual energy, he had mostly recovered. He pondered for a while and silently returned to the prophecy pavilion. The conversation between Chu Li and Liang Sheng had stirred up a pond of spring water. The pavilion of prophecy was bustling with activity. Groups of 2s and 3s gathered in a small courtyard to discuss the matter. They were especially concerned about Songwu. Chu Li found Tangu at a glance. He was surrounded by a few people in his courtyard, and they kept asking him questions. He glanced over and saw Liang Sheng. Lu Shi had already left his courtyard and returned to his own courtyard. He hid in a room silently, waiting for Tangu to scold those people away. Then, in a flash, he appeared behind Tangu and silently restrained him. Chu Li's expression changed, and his figure followed suit. Soon, he turned into Tangu's appearance and dispersed his cultivation level. He used the life and death scripture to hide in the void and slowly walked toward Liang Sheng's courtyard. He heard the conversation between Liang Sheng and Lu Shi and knew that the pavilion master was in isolated cultivation. Therefore, his previous words probably did not alarm the pavilion master. This made him heave a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as the pavilion master was not alarmed. He was most afraid of the pavilion master. He secretly laughed at himself for worrying over nothing. He felt that the pavilion master was always staring at him. It seemed like he was just scaring himself. The pavilion master was in isolated cultivation and could not come out. Chu Li was extraordinarily bold and wanted to return to teach Liang Sheng a lesson. He arrived outside Liang Sheng's courtyard and gently knocked on the door. The middle-aged beauty glided over and opened the door. When she saw him, she smiled. "Young Gu, why are you here?" Chu Li said casually. "Aunt, come and see uncle-in-law." The middle-aged beauty shook her head. "Your uncle-in-law is in a fit of anger. Why are you here to cause trouble?" Chu Li said, "Didn't uncle-in-law teach that guy a lesson? That guy is very difficult to deal with. Your uncle-in-law is scolding him." The middle-aged beauty shook her head and entered the main hall. When he entered the main hall, he saw Liang Sheng's face was pale, but his eyes were burning. He was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back, and his mouth was cursing nonstop. When he saw Chu Li in Tangu's appearance, Liang Sheng glared at him and scoffed angrily. "You bastard, what are you doing here?" "Uncle-in-law." Chu Li shrunk his neck and said helplessly, "Calm down. It's not worth getting angry over that guy." "What do you know?" Liang Sheng scoffed angrily. He killed my little brother. Do you think I'm avenging you? Chu shook his head helplessly. He took the teacup that the middle-aged beauty brought over and smiled. Aunt, I have something to say to uncle-in-law. You little brat, you still have things to hide from me. The middle-aged beauty rolled her eyes at him and pursed her lips into a smile. Then she turned around and left. Chu personally served the tea to Liang Sheng. Liang Sheng reached out and took it. Chu's fist suddenly passed through his arms and hit Liang Sheng's chest. It was a solid punch. Liang Sheng immediately froze and did not fly out. The strange force of the divine light fist made him stay where he was, and all the force was poured into his body. Two flying knives turned into electric lights and shot toward him. TSS, TSS. The two flying knives pierced through his left and right eyes and came out from the back of his head. Chu caught the falling teacup and gently placed it on the table. Then he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was holding Tangu in his hand and threw him beside Liang Sheng. The two knives pierced through Tangu's eyes. He picked up one of the flying knives and cut off Liang Sheng's head. Then he wrapped it in a bag and left without a sound. He did not alert the middle-aged beauty who was watering the flowers in the front yard and disappeared from the prophecy pavilion without anyone noticing. He did this to conceal his identity. With Lu Shi as a witness, no one would suspect that it was his Su Han incarnation. They would only think that it was a top-notch master from the Holy Church of Light. No one from the Holy Church of Light would find out that he was Su Han. This was to prevent them from finding out that he had an incarnation technique and arouse suspicion. Chapter 1303. He ran back to the Great Light Peak in one breath. When he arrived outside the Divine Light Basilica, Doing was on duty. She was dressed in a green robe and stood there gracefully. When she saw him, her expression changed slightly and her eyes flickered. In the end, she sighed faintly and bowed gracefully before entering the basilica to report. After a while, she returned. Junior Brother Zhao, please come in. Chu Fist saluted and strode into the basilica. Sun Mingwei was dressed in a snow-white gown. There was no white veil on her face, and her beautiful face was covered with frost. She sat behind the table and said coldly, "What is it now? If it's about the prophecy pavilion, don't say anything." Chu weighed the box in his hand. "Saint, don't you want to know what's inside? Tell me." Sun Mingwei frowned. Chu said, "This is the severed head of an elder from the prophecy pavilion." "You killed an elder from the prophecy pavilion?" Sun Mingwei frowned at him. Chu nodded slowly with a proud expression. "Yes, I snuck into the prophecy pavilion and killed an elder." "Saint, you can have a look." He tossed the box lightly. The purple lacquer box with the severed head floated to Sun Mingwei and landed on the table. Sun Mingwei glanced at him and reached out to open the purple lacquer box. A severed head appeared in front of her. The face was lifelike, but it still revealed an expression of unwillingness and anger. The severed head exuded an eerie chill. Chu had been using his inner energy to freeze the severed head so that Sun Mingwei could have a look and claim credit. He knew that Sun Mingwei had been suppressing him, preventing him from rising up and giving him a chance to gain credit. However, he insisted on doing so and went against her. If he could become a priest and reveal his identity, the Holy Church of Light would become a joke. Sun Mingwei would become a joke too. Her reputation as a magic I would be ruined. Just thinking about it made him feel better. Chu said, "This guy is Liang Sheng, an elder from the prophecy pavilion. Isn't this a big enough credit?" "What are you trying to say?" Sun Mingwei scoffed, her eyes flashing. "You want to be promoted? I've been a branch leader for quite some time. It's time for me to be promoted." Chu nodded calmly. Sun Mingwei scoffed. "I'm quite thick-skinned." Chu said, "Rewards and punishments, merits and demerits. What's there to be embarrassed about? What's mine is mine. If he really is an elder of the pavilion of heavenly mysteries, then killing him is indeed enough merit for you to become a patrol envoy," Sun Mingwei said indifferently. "Fine. You want to become a patrol envoy?" Chu said, "I want to be a priest." "How ambitious." Sun Mingwei snorted coldly and said, "You want to be a law emperor? Sure, kill the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and the position of Law Emperor will be yours. Chuli frowned and said, Saint, that can't be right. Which priest can kill the pavilion leader of the Prophecy Pavilion, let alone the pavilion master? Our Law Emperors wouldn't even be able to kill any of the elders. Are you saying that you're stronger than Dharmaraja? Of course. Chuli puffed out his chest without hesitation. I feel that my current cultivation level is stronger than theirs. Of course, martial arts is one aspect, but there's also the contribution you made. You haven't made enough contributions, Sun Mingwei said. She could tell that Chu Li's cultivation level was indeed higher than the fourth-rate priest's. This was the result of his isolated cultivation, and it was undeniable. Chu Li scoffed and said, Saint, don't try to fool me. The Prophecy Pavilion strength is comparable to the 8 major sections. Killing one of their elders is enough for you to become a priest. Sun Mingwei shook her head and said, The priests won't agree to it. Chu Li frowned and said, Do I need their approval? Of course, Sun Mingwei said. You have to convince them in order to fill the priest position. Chu Li scoffed and shook his head. Saint, you're just trying to make things difficult for me. It's good that you understand. Sun Mingwei said impatiently, Tell me, how did you kill this elder? She was certain that Chu Li would not lie to her. This Liang Sheng must be an elder of the Prophecy Pavilion. She was extremely surprised. Being able to kill an elder of the Prophecy Pavilion, logically speaking, he was qualified to be promoted to a priest. An elder of the Prophecy Pavilion was equivalent to a priest of the Holy Church of Light. Since priest, he died in the hands of the Prophecy Pavilion. Zhao De killed an elder. Not only did he avenge priest but he also boosted the morale of the Holy Church of Light. With such an outstanding contribution, he could be promoted to a priest, but it was not unquestionable. However, she wanted to suppress Chu Li, so she found an excuse to lower his contribution. Chu Li said, I snuck into the Prophecy Pavilion and assassinated him. You snuck in? Sun Mingwei frowned and was doubtful. Chu Li said proudly, I killed Ding Ruijia from the Prophecy Pavilion and obtained the secret manual. The saint knows about it too. Yes, the Heavenly Heart technique and the heaven-peering skill. Sun Mingwei nodded. He had presented the secret manual to her back then. Chu Li smiled and said, I secretly cultivated the Heavenly Heart technique, and I'm already at the beginner level. Sun Mingwei frowned and glared at him. The Great Light Scripture is enough for you to cultivate. Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew. Chu Li said, After I cultivated the Heavenly Heart technique and entered the Cloud Dream Mountain, the Prophecy Pavilion's formation no longer blocked me. I could sneak in directly, so I secretly killed Liang Sheng. I'm really lucky. You secretly went to the Cloud Dream Mountain. Sun Mingwei scoffed. Didn't I ask you to return to Gale Branch? I returned to Gale Branch first before going to the Cloud Dream Mountain. I didn't disobey the saint's order. Chu Li smiled proudly. Sun Mingwei glared at him coldly. How dare you sneak into the Prophecy Pavilion alone? Aren't you afraid that they'll find out and take your life? Chu Li said, I've heard something. Speak. Sun Mingwei scoffed. Chu Li said, The Prophecy Pavilion can no longer predict the fates of those who have cultivated the Heavenly Heart technique, so they won't know that I've sneaked in and didn't notice me. Saint, I can become a priest just because of this information. Shut up. Sun Mingwei waved her hand and frowned. Chu Li shut his mouth and looked at her resentfully. Sun Mingwei said, Are you saying that we should let everyone cultivate the Heavenly Heart technique? Chu Li nodded. It'll be fine as long as they can cultivate it. The Heavenly Heart technique is the fundamental heart technique of the Prophecy Pavilion, and it has its own unique features. We can give it a try. Sun Mingwei pondered. But it's too late now. Chu Li said, We can give it a try in the future. Sun Mingwei glanced at him and said, Stay at the Great Light Peak for a while. Don't go back. Chu Li was stunned and quickly said, I still need to sneak back into the Prophecy Pavilion. There's no need for that. Sun Mingwei scoffed. They probably started fighting now. The Azuras can break their formation. The Azuras had a strange physique. 100 of them were enough to destroy the Prophecy Pavilion. This time, All the Azuras were mobilized not only to destroy the Prophecy Pavilion, but also to show the Food Dynasty that the Holy Church of Light was not a pushover. The Azuras were not something they could bully at will. The Azuras were the seeds of the Outland. Their bodies were connected to the Outland. No matter how powerful the Prophecy Pavilion was, they would not be able to predict the existence and whereabouts of the Azuras. They could not restrain the Azuras either. The Azuras happened to restrain the Prophecy Pavilion. It was because she had this confidence that she pressured Chu Li and did not let him make a contribution. Otherwise, even if she wanted to suppress Chu Li, she would not have acted so carelessly at this time. Chu Li frowned. Are the Azuras that powerful? Let's wait and see, Sun Minghua said. As soon as she finished speaking, Du Ying's voice came from outside. Saint, there's news. Bring it here, Sun Minghua said. Du Ying came in lightly and handed over a bamboo tube. Sun Minghua took it and opened the wax seal. Then, she took out the rolled-up letter and glanced at it. Her face instantly turned cold, and her eyes flashed with anger. She slowly put down the letter. Chapter 1304. He did not want to get into trouble, so he did not say a word and could not wait to leave. However, if he really left, he would run into them and suffer their wrath. So he kept his mouth shut and looked at the pillar beside him as if it was carved with a beautiful flower that was worth studying. Sun Minghua said, as expected of the Prophecy Pavilion, I underestimated them. Chu Li secretly sighed in relief and quickly asked, did the priests not go well? Priest Chung is dead, Sun Minghua said calmly, but her beautiful eyes were shining. Priest Liu is seriously injured, and the Azuras lost control and fled. Chu Li was shocked. Once the Azuras lost control, it would be a big problem and many innocent people would be killed. He looked at Sun Minghua with dissatisfaction. How could this happen? Although the Prophecy Pavilion is strong, it should not be this bad. Sun Minghua said, the Prophecy Pavilion set up an ambush, and they were caught off guard. Chu Li clapped his hands and shook his head. The pavilion leader of the Prophecy Pavilion must have foreseen this disaster and overcome it in advance. As expected of the pavilion leader of the Prophecy Pavilion, he's amazing. He had always been wary of the pavilion leader of the Prophecy Pavilion and felt that he was no ordinary person. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated the pavilion leader. The pavilion leader had actually predicted the Holy Church of Light's move and eliminated the Azuras, the most important force, ahead of time. Azuras with a leader were terrifying, but without a leader, the Azuras could not cooperate and could not unite as a force, so their power was too weak. Sun Minghua glared at him coldly. Chu Li said, Saint, I'll take action. You? Sun Minghua gave him a sidelong glance. You want to turn the tide? Chu Li shook his head. It's impossible. I'm only a branch leader, and I'm young and inexperienced. I can't convince the others, and no one will listen to me. I want to act alone and kill another elder of the Prophecy Pavilion to weaken their power. Do you think the elders of the Prophecy Pavilion are idle, and you can kill them whenever you want? Sun Minghua scoffed. Chu Li smiled. Didn't I already kill one? It's chaotic now, and it's easier to fish in troubled waters. Sun Minghua stared at him for a moment, pondered for a moment, and slowly nodded. All right, as you wish. Chu Li asked, Saint, if I kill another elder this time, will I be able to become a priest? I can make a suggestion. As long as they agree, it won't be a problem, Sun Minghua said solemnly. She was really annoyed now. The loss this time was too great. 2 of the 4 great priests were gone, which was a heavy blow to the Holy Church of Light. Although the Holy Church of Light's vitality was not damaged, the loss was indeed heavy, and the key was Azura. For the sake of obtaining these Azuras, she had spent a great deal of effort to turn them into trump cards that possessed boundless power. She never would have thought that they would be destroyed in an instant. With 2 priests gone, the position of priest could not remain empty. Chu Li had killed 2 elders of the Pavilion of Prophecy to avenge the priest. So logically speaking, he was indeed qualified to assume the position of priest. Moreover, his cultivation was extremely high, far surpassing the 4 law protector kings. Chu Li replied excitedly. All right, I'll make a move immediately. Be careful, don't throw your life away. Of course. Chu Li closed fists, saluted, and turned to leave. Doing stood at the side and listened, watching him leave worriedly. Sun Mingwei glanced at Duing and shook her head, not saying a word. Chu Li once again appeared in the Pavilion of Prophecy, feeling the atmosphere. Dusk surged and engulfed the Pavilion of Prophecy. The lanterns were first lit, and the light dispelled the twilight. The Pavilion of Prophecy was brightly lit, as if it was daytime. Every place was illuminated by lanterns. It was truly luxurious. However, the atmosphere in the Pavilion of Prophecy was much more tense. He directly appeared in the Pavilion of Prophecy with Zhao Day's appearance, then silently came to Lu Shi's courtyard, standing motionless in the shadow of the corner. His force was completely concealed, so no one could detect him. In addition, he had cultivated the Heavenly Heart technique to the 9th level, so there were very few people in the Pavilion of Prophecy who could detect him. Lu Shi was practicing his fist technique in the small courtyard. His eyebrows were all white, and his face was rosy like a baby's. This was because he was very good at maintaining his health and focused on exercising his muscles and bones. Chu Li hid outside his courtyard, thinking of a solution. How could he get rid of him without alerting others? A moment later, he took out a white jade bottle from his bosom and lightly tossed it onto the stone table in the courtyard without making a sound. Lu Shi, who was practicing his fist technique, frowned. He vaguely felt something strange. He turned his head and glanced at the stone table. He saw the white jade bottle, so he walked forward and stared at it warily. He reached out to pick it up and shook it. He could hear that it was a pill. He looked around strangely, but did not notice Chu Li. He opened the white jade bottle to see what was inside. His intuition did not detect any danger, so it should not be poison. After seeing the pill in the bottle, his eyes widened, and his breathing became heavy. He hurriedly poured out a pill and held in his palm. The snow-white, flawless pill shone with a warm luster under the light, as if it was carved out of white jade. He recognized what pill it was at a glance, the sky-soaring pill. He stared at the sky-soaring pill, unable to move his eyes away. He was now missing a sky-soaring pill. He was one breath away from advancing a step further. The way Chu Li ate the sky-soaring pill, a few or even a dozen in one go, his resistance to the pill grew stronger. For people like them who took the pill once every 20 years, the resistance to the pill was extremely low. Before 200 years old, one sky-soaring pill every 10 years. After 200 years, one sky-soaring pill every 20 years. This was the rule of the Prophecy Pavilion. The pavilion leader was no exception. Therefore, although the elders had complaints, they dared not say anything. The elders longed for the sky-soaring pill more than the disciples. They wanted to snatch it, but they dared not do so because of the pavilion leader. Lu Shi's Heavenly Heart technique had not reached the 9th level, but he felt that he was getting closer and closer to it. If he had a sky-soaring pill and comprehended the star chart, he might be able to step into the 9th level in one go and truly obtain freedom. However, the next sky-soaring pill would take 10 years. When he thought about the hope of stepping into the 9th level of the Heavenly Heart technique 10 years later, he became anxious. He thought about it day and night until he became a demon. Therefore, when he saw the sky-soaring pill, his eyes could not help but light up. He instantly fell into a fantasy and lost control of his mind. Swoosh, swoosh. Chu Li appeared behind him in a flash and attacked with 2 blades. Lu Shi hurriedly dodged sideways. At the crucial moment, his intuition woke him up and he avoided being hit in the heart. Chu Li had come into contact with him before. With the support of the manifestation of nature restoration and the Heavenly Heart technique, his predictions became more accurate. He waved his hands continuously and shot out 4 flying blades in one go. He only managed to dodge 2 of them, but the other 2 that followed hit him. Lu Shi's movements became sluggish. Chu Li's divine light fist arrived. Following that, 2 more flying blades pierced through his head. He was dead. His movements were extremely fast and completed in an instant. It was so fast that Lu Shi could not react in time. Confrontation! Suddenly, a shout rang out. Chu Li's ears exploded. Everything in front of him shook violently. Army! Another shout rang out. Chu Li felt as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Fighting! The shout was like a sudden clap of thunder, shaking his mind until it went blank. The 4 Buddhas and 1 demon chanted desperately. In the blink of an eye, his mind calmed down. However, he felt a pain in his chest. A violent force drilled into his body. The scene in front of him suddenly flashed forward. He found himself flying in the air. Chapter 13:05. This skinny and short old man was wearing a black robe. It was as if a child was wearing an adult's robe. It was extremely incongruous. Chu Li spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. The Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture worked hard to neutralize this violent force. This force was like a giant dragon that was wreaking havoc in his body. The power of the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture could do nothing to it. It could only watch as it destroyed his internal organs. It could not stop its momentum. Chu Li spat out 2 mouthfuls of black blood. There were pieces of flesh in the blood. His internal organs had been shattered. It was an extremely serious injury. Chu Li suddenly swung his arms. The lightning-fast blade light met the skinny old man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Even in such an extremely unfavorable situation where he was heavily injured and his internal organs seemed to have been shattered into pieces, the omniscient mirror could still see the skinny elder clearly. He was skinny and short. His eyes were long and narrow. They flashed with a strange brilliance. It was different from a normal gaze. It was as if he could see through everything. Was he a god, looking down at all living beings in the world? What was even more strange was that he only had black eyeballs without the sclera. It was as if his entire eye was black. It was exceptionally bright. His face was full of wrinkles. The deep wrinkles looked as if they were carved into his face with knives. He was indescribably old. His body was lifeless. He was like a candle in the wind that could be blown out at any time. He could not determine this old man's identity. However, since he was so powerful, he was most likely the pavilion master of the prophecy pavilion. If the pavilion master of the prophecy pavilion was not so powerful, the strength of the prophecy pavilion would be too terrifying. The skinny old man ignored the 2 light blades approaching him. He slowly pushed out his skinny left palm. The light blades shot out without any resistance. However, they only hit his shadow. He could change his body between real and fake. Chu Li's hands were about to block the seemingly slow skinny palm. The skinny left palm had already passed through his hands and hit his chest. It was actually extremely fast. It was beyond imagination. Pop! It was a strange sound like a pebble falling into a deep well. He felt that the voice came from within his body. His body was like the deep well, and the withered elder's palm force was the pebble. After being hit by this palm, the rampaging dragon became even more tyrannical. His entire body seemed to be bloated by him, expanding and expanding, as if he was about to burst into pieces and scatter in all directions. Buzz! Chu Li formed a seal with his hands and suddenly let out a lion's roar. The sound assassination technique and his tyrannical soul power fused together to form this lion's roar. His thoughts were as fast as lightning. In a flash, he had already thought about it several times. He knew that there was no other way to restrain this skinny old man. His martial arts were no longer of any use, and his speed was too slow. No matter how exquisite he was, it would be useless to hit him. The only thing that could restrain his speed was the sound assassination technique. His shout contained the Buddhist sect's lion's roar and the musical assassination technique. Coupled with his tyrannical soul energy, he was confident that he was stronger than anyone in the Tian Luo sect. The skinny old man stopped moving and looked at him in surprise. Chu Li's body suddenly sped up, as if someone had suddenly pulled him back. This was the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture converting a part of the skinny old man's palm force and adding it to his body movement technique, making it twice as fast. The skinny old man took another step forward. Chu Li's vision suddenly blurred, and then he appeared in front of him. It was as if he could travel through space and shrink the ground to inches. The skinny old man's right palm lightly patted him again. He could not resist and willingly fell to this skinny old man's palm. Chuli took a deep breath and immediately suppressed this strange feeling. He could tell that this skinny old man had the ability to bewitch, and his soul was unusually strong. If it was someone else, they would definitely fall for this trick and wait for death without resisting. Moo! He formed another hand seal in the air, trying his best to slow down the old man's speed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to avoid this palm. The skinny old man's movement paused at this lion's roar. Then, his eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, as if he was trying to break free from his shackles. The skinny old man's right palm flashed. Chuli did not have time to use God's limbs before his palm energy was already pressed down. Chuli's internal organs were almost crushed. The violent energy stacked together and went on a rampage without restraint, crushing every part of his body. It was about to make him explode and turn him into a pile of flesh and blood, just like how Sun Mingyue killed the Prophecy Pavilion disciple with one palm. Chuli tried his best to suppress the palm energy, but he gradually lost his strength. He wanted to use God's limbs, but it was too late. The skinny old man's body movement technique was too fast, and he could not use God's limbs to escape. He sighed to himself. Was he really going to die here today? His thoughts were as fast as lightning, but these thoughts only lasted for a moment. The skinny old man's palm was right in front of him again. He could not avoid it, so he could only reach out to meet it. Bang! A beautiful white jade-like palm suddenly appeared and blocked Chu Li's chest, colliding with the skinny old man's palm. The skinny old man immediately took a step back. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he looked at Sun Mingyue, whose white clothes were fluttering in the wind. Chu Li looked at Sun Mingyue in shock. He knew that Sun Mingyue had an ability similar to God's limbs, but he did not expect her to appear at such a crucial moment and save his life. He felt a little complicated. Sun Mingyue owed him a life, and he had been looking for a chance to teach her a lesson. Now that she had saved his life, he did not know what to do. Sun Mingyue tossed him a jade bottle and scoffed. "Hurry up and heal yourself." Chu Li took it and pulled out the stopper. He poured the contents of the jade bottle into his mouth, and the pills melted in his stomach. "Can you hold on?" Sun Mingyue met the skinny old man's palm. Bang! Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, but she did not take a step back. The skinny old man took a step back and looked at her in surprise. The pills turned into a fragrant aroma and entered his stomach. They circulated around his internal organs and quickly healed his injuries. The speed was extremely fast, and they were truly top-notch spirit pills. Chu Li said in a low voice, "I won't die." "That's good." Sun Mingyue scoffed. Chu Li's expression was complicated. He watched as Sun Mingyue and the skinny old man's palm energy collided, and she kept suppressing the old man. He thought that his cultivation level had improved greatly, and he could almost catch up to Sun Mingyue or even compare to her. Now, it seemed that Sun Mingyue was hiding her strength, and he was still far behind her. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Could it be that he would never be able to catch up to her? How did she cultivate her cultivation level to this level? Even with enlightenment technique, she could not reach this level. Could she? The skinny old man was like an adult beating up a child in front of him, but in front of Sun Mingyue, he paled in comparison. Sun Mingyue calmly received each of his palms, and she was suppressing him in terms of palm energy. Sun Mingyue wore a white veil, and her eyes were as calm as water. Her jade-like hands kept stretching out from her sleeves, and she gently struck out with her palm energy. The light in the skinny old man's eyes grew brighter, and his body suddenly grew bigger. The loose black robe became well-fitting this time. It was neither too wide nor too narrow, as if it was tailor-made for him. His wrinkled face also smoothed out, and there were no more wrinkles on his face. He suddenly became 100 years younger, and he became a middle-aged man. His face was smooth and fair, and he must have been a handsome man when he was young. However, his eyes were still completely black, and there was no white in his eyes. His palms became wide and thick, which was completely different from the skinny old man before. This series of changes happened within a breath, and he calmly struck out with his palm. Sun Mingyue squinted her bright eyes and clenched her palm into a fist. She did not dare to be careless anymore, and struck out with a divine light fist. Bang! Sun Mingyue took a step back and looked at the middle-aged man in shock. She slowly said, "You're really powerful. Pavilion Leader Su is really extraordinary." Chapter 1306. Su Yongning, the pavilion leader of the Prophecy Pavilion, looked at Sun Mingyue calmly. "Are you the saint of the Holy Church of Light, Sun Mingyue?" "That's me." Sun Mingyue nodded lightly. Her face was covered by a white veil, revealing only her clear and cold eyes. "I've long heard of Pavilion Master Su's great name. Now that I've seen you in person, your reputation is well-deserved. Your pavilion killed 2 of my sect's law kings." Impressive. Her last 2 words of admiration seemed to be squeezed out from the gaps between her teeth. "Same to you." Su Yongning looked at Chu Li, who was channeling to heal himself, and said calmly, "Sneaking into my pavilion to assassinate an elder is impressive too. I'd like to learn a thing or 2 from you." Su Yongning's eyes sparkled. His pupils, which were devoid of white, shone like black diamonds. Sun Mingyue scoffed and threw out a divine light fist. Su Yongning struck out with his palm. Boom! It was like a clap of thunder. A strong gust of wind blew, sending sand and pebbles flying. Weeds were uprooted and swept away. Chu Li's clothes fluttered in the wind. The surging force was like a tidal wave, trying to push him away. He stood firmly and did not retreat. Sun Mingyue and Su Yongning did not retreat at all. Chu Li narrowed his eyes. Sun Mingyue's strength was truly terrifying. It was as if it was limitless and grew stronger with each opponent. Su Yongning's cultivation level had doubled after using this secret skill, but Sun Mingyue was not at a disadvantage. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the sounds of thunder, the 2 of them kept exchanging blows. Chu Li's clothes fluttered in the wind. His surroundings had been cleaned up. Not a single blade of grass was left, and even the sand had been removed. It was extremely clean. Su Yongning's deep eyes flickered. An invisible force was emitted, making people want to avoid the fight. They wanted to admit defeat and stop fighting with him. Sun Mingyue was unmoved and continued to throw out divine light fist. Chu Li's Marokana's immobility scripture made him as steady as a rock, but he was curious about the secret skill that Su Yongning was using to have such power. Once this secret technique was used in the right place, it would be extremely powerful. Su Yongning frowned inwardly. He did not expect that his mystical secret skill would not work. He wanted to bewitch Chu Li and turn him into his assistant to attack Sun Mingyue. Even if he could not defeat Sun Mingyue, he could distract her and give himself an opportunity to take advantage of. He was confident that he could control Chu Li, but he did not expect Chu Li to remain motionless and unaffected. After he struck out with his palm, he suddenly looked up at the sky. A ray of starlight fell from the sky to the top of his head like a thin thread. The starlight was so faint that it was almost invisible. It was especially hard to notice during the day, but it could not hide from Chu Li's omniscient mirror. When he saw the starlight, Chu Li felt that it was vaguely familiar. Then, he remembered that it was similar to the one he saw in the stargazing pavilion. It was also starlight that fell on top of one's head, constantly channeling energy. Su Yongning's palm was as light as a feather, while Sun Mingyue's divine light fist was still the same. Pop! It was like a pebble falling into a deep well. Su Yongning's black robe fluttered. Sun Mingyue took a step back and frowned. Su Yongning smiled faintly and continued to strike out with his palm. Sun Mingyue countered with her divine light fist. Pop! It was like a pebble falling into a deep well, but this pebble was smaller, and the well was deeper. The sound was especially crisp and deep. Sun Mingyue took another step back. Pop, 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 pop. Su Yongning continuously struck out with his palm. Sun Mingyue still countered with her divine light fist and kept retreating. Chu Li also took a few steps back. Su Yongning gradually gained the upper hand, while Sun Mingyue was at a disadvantage because she did not use her secret skill. However, even if she was at a disadvantage, she could not do anything to her for a while. Chu Li was bored watching. Their techniques were not exquisite at all. They were relying on their internal energy to fight and suppress each other. Su Yongning was suppressing Sun Mingwei. Sun Mingwei kept retreating until she unknowingly retreated to a wall. Chu Li suddenly shouted, "Saint, be careful." He saw a thick starlight fall from above Su Yongning's head. It was colorless and soundless as it blended with the void. It was overbearing, and its murderous intent was like an invisible sword. The starlight pierced the top of Su Yongning's head. His eyes flashed, and his palm energy suddenly became light. It was like a lover's caress. There was no longer any murderous intent. Chu Li felt that something was wrong and quickly reminded her. When Sun Mingwei heard him, her graceful body swayed, and she easily dodged the palm. Boom! The palm energy shot out and hit the wall behind Sun Mingwei. It was like a galloping horse had crashed into it. The wall let out a loud sound and trembled slightly. A hole appeared in the wall. The palm print had penetrated the wall. Sun Mingwei frowned and looked at Su Yongning. A snow-white brilliance flashed across the sky and fell on Sun Mingwei's body like a waterfall. Her entire body flashed with a warm brilliance, and her body seemed to have turned into a white jade statue under the light. Chu Li shook his head. This secret skill of hers was not the secret of great light that burned her blood essence. It was just an ordinary secret skill. Sun Mingwei was too careless. Then he thought, why didn't she use the secret of great light directly? Instead, she used this harmless secret skill. It seems like she doesn't have enough murderous intent. Bang! The palm energy and the fist energy collided with each other a meter away. There was a loud bang, and it felt like a thunderbolt had landed between the two. A round pit appeared on the ground. Chu Li could not help but take a step back. The surging force forced him to retreat. Bang, 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 bang. Sun Mingwei took a step forward and threw a punch. With each step, she threw a punch. Step by step, she forced Su Yongning to retreat. Soon, he left the bottom of the wall and arrived at the bluestone path. The fresh flowers around the bluestone path were torn apart by the tyrannical force. They were crushed and swept far away. Chu Li's initial heavy injuries were reduced to minor ones. His body was strong. In addition to the miraculous spirit pill that Sun Mingwei had given him and the help of the life and death scripture, his internal organs had mostly recovered. The inner energy of the great light scripture flowed continuously. Suddenly, his expression changed. He stood in front of Sun Mingwei and faced the palm that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Bang! He flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Sun Mingwei twisted her body and avoided Su Yongning's palm that suddenly sped up. She appeared in the air and supported Chu Li with both hands. Chu Li's face was pale and his breathing was weak. He looked at Sun Mingwei with a bitter smile. He did not expect that he would sacrifice himself to save Sun Mingwei. No matter how fast his brain was, it could not be faster than his body's instinctive reaction. His body blocked the palm before his brain, completely disregarding his own safety. He smiled bitterly and thought about why he did that. Could it be to repay Sun Mingwei for saving his life? Sun Mingwei gently put him on the ground and looked up at the young man standing beside Su Yongning. Her eyes flashed with a cold light. This time, it was Zhao Dai who had saved her. If he had not blocked the palm, she would not have been able to avoid this silent palm that appeared out of nowhere. This palm was sudden and mysterious. It was impossible to guard against it. She was in the middle of making her move, so there was no way she could have avoided it. She looked at Chu Li's pale face with mixed feelings. His injuries had worsened. This time, his life was in danger. Chapter 1307. He stared at the blue-shirted young man who appeared out of nowhere and sighed. Saint, be careful of this guy. He was tall and had an average appearance. He would not stand out in a crowd. However, this palm strike came at the right time as Sun Mingwei's old and new forces were connected. He coordinated with Su Yongning very well. He stood beside Su Yongning and calmly sized up Chu Li and Sun Mingwei. Sun Mingwei slowly put Chu Li down and said, "Don't worry." Her eyes glowed like a clear spring as her white robe fluttered. She disappeared in a flash and appeared behind them in the next moment. Bam bam. Sun Mingyue took a step back with two muffled sounds. Su Yongning's black robe shook violently, as if he was standing in a strong wind. The young man's blue robe was also fluttering as he took a step back with a serious expression. His cultivation level was not as high as Su Yongning's. Sun Mingyue did not even use the secret technique of great light to barely tie with him. What a saint, the blue-shirted young man said. Sun Mingyue scoffed. Who are you? Chu Li replied. A disciple of Stargazing Pavilion? The blue-robed youth's palm energy was like a knife, a real knife that was stirring up his internal organs, wanting to grind them to pieces. The Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture was difficult to convert, and the palm force was extremely pure. The Heaven Will technique automatically activated and melted the palm force in the blink of an eye. Both came from the same source, so it was easy to assimilate. He saw the starlight from the sky, shrouding the blue-shirted young man. Based on the young man's clothes, he was undoubtedly a disciple of Stargazing Pavilion. His heart was heavy. Although Prophecy Pavilion and Stargazing Pavilion had a deep relationship, and attacking Prophecy Pavilion would inevitably affect Stargazing Pavilion, he did not expect a disciple of Stargazing Pavilion to appear so early in attack without hesitation. The blue-shirted young man turned to glance at Chu Li and smiled. I'm Yang Xingyuan from Stargazing Pavilion. Stargazing Pavilion wants to intervene? Chu Li scoffed. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were recovering rapidly. Yang Xingyuan said slowly, Stargazing Pavilion will not sit back and watch Prophecy Pavilion be attacked. The Holy Church of Light has stretched too far. It's best to stop now. Can you speak for Stargazing Pavilion? Chu Li scoffed. Yang Xingyuan said, I'm here under orders. Chu Li frowned. What if we don't stop? Yang Xingyuan smiled. My senior brothers are almost at the Great Light Peak now. I wonder if the Great Light Peak's formation can stop them. The Great Light Peak is filled with martial arts masters. Why would we be afraid of the Stargazing Pavilion? Chu Li sneered. He glanced at Sun Mingyue. Sun Mingyue seemed to be deep in thought. She seemed to be daydreaming. Yang Xingyuan said faintly, The Holy Church of Light isn't afraid of Stargazing Pavilion, but what about the other 7 sects? If the Holy Church of Light dares to act rashly in the Fu dynasty, the 8 major sects will definitely not stand idly by. We'll unite against them. 8 major sects? Don't try to bluff, Chu Li said coldly. Yang Xingyuan said, Just take it as me scaring you. Don't regret it. Forget it, this matter ends here, Sun Mingyue suddenly said. Chu Li asked the saint. He pretended to be surprised, but he had expected Sun Mingyue to do so. He had already seen some clues from the previous fight. Sun Mingyue turned to look at Yang Xingyuan. The Prophecy Pavilion has gone too far. They trespassed into the Great Light Peak and killed the Holy Church of Light's priest. That's why they attacked the Prophecy Pavilion. Since the 8 major sects are here, the Holy Church of Light will do them a favor. Yang Xingyuan shook his head. Thank you, Saint, but the Holy Church of Light is the one taking advantage. It doesn't matter if we're at a disadvantage or taking advantage. The Prophecy Pavilion is powerful, and we may have taken advantage of them by sneaking an attack on them. However, if we want to end this matter, we must make an agreement. The disciples of the Prophecy Pavilion are never allowed to step into the Great Light Peak. If we break this agreement, the 8 major sects will not interfere with our revenge. Sun Mingyue turned to look at Su Yongning and said, Pavilion Leader Su, I can swear that the disciples of the Holy Church of Light will not provoke the Prophecy Pavilion. Su Yongning's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. Sun Mingyue said, If Pavilion Leader Su is unwilling, the Holy Church of Light will accompany you to the end. Su Yongning's eyes flickered as he looked at Chu Li. He said calmly, The only person who can sneak into the Prophecy Pavilion to assassinate us is this man. I'll swear an oath after I kill him. He must eliminate anyone who could sneak into the Prophecy Pavilion to assassinate them. Otherwise, the Prophecy Pavilion would not have peace. Chu Li smiled. Sun Mingyue stated this condition to give an explanation to the disciples of the Holy Church of Light. It was obvious that she did not want to be enemies with the 8 major sects. She must be extremely angry and humiliated to admit her weakness so cleanly. She was such a proud person. However, the disciples of the Holy Church of Light knew that the 8 Fu sects were powerful. It was difficult for them to adapt to circumstances like her. If they were treated like this, they would probably be dissatisfied with Sun Mingwei. They must force the pavilion leader of the Prophecy Pavilion to swear an oath in order to give everyone an explanation. Sun Mingwei said, "To tell you the truth, Pavilion Leader Su, the Holy Church of Light has obtained the Heavenly Heart technique from your pavilion." Su Yoning's expression changed slightly. Sun Mingwei said, "It's not easy to learn the Heavenly Heart technique, but it's not that difficult. If I was determined to take revenge, there would not be many disciples left in the Prophecy Pavilion. I hope Pavilion Leader Su can think this through." Su Yoning's eyes flashed. Sun Mingwei was implying that this person was not the only one who could enter the Prophecy Pavilion. After a while, he calmed himself down and said, "It's not difficult to learn the Heavenly Heart technique, but it's not easy either. There are no more than 10 disciples in the Holy Church of Light who can learn it. I'm confident about this." 10. Sun Mingwei smiled faintly and said, "Pavilion Leader Su, are you not going to swear an oath?" Su Yoning pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Fine, I can promise that the disciples of the Prophecy Pavilion will never step into the Great Light Peak again." Sun Mingwei nodded. "All right, I agree too. If the disciples of the Prophecy Pavilion don't pick a fight, the disciples of the Holy Church of Light will never step into the Prophecy Pavilion again." Clap, clap. Yang Xingyan applauded softly and praised. "A wise man submits to circumstances. I admire the saint's breadth of mind and magnanimity. I'll take my leave first and ask the saint to withdraw the disciples of the Holy Church of Light. However, the saint has committed a grave sin this time. I'm afraid the 8 major sects will pursue this matter." "Azura?" Sun Mingwei frowned. Yang Xingyuan nodded. "The Azuras are now wreaking havoc in the Fu dynasty and killing the innocent. This debt will be placed on the saint." Sun Mingwei said, "They won't be triggered within 10 days. It's only been 3 days now, unless someone provokes them." "Oh?" Yang Xingyuan was surprised. Sun Mingwei looked at him with a faint smile. "I've used the Great Light Scripture to suppress the Azura's ferocity for 10 days. They won't be triggered without blood. It's not too late to call them back now. It's good enough to suppress the Azura's ferocity." Yang Xingyuan nodded slowly. Chapter 1308. Sun Mingwei took a step to Chu Li's side, bringing with her a faint fragrance. Chu Li said, "I heard that Stargazing Pavilion's stargazing technique is the best, able to see fortune and misfortune. It seems like the rumors are true, being able to see the calamity of Prophecy Pavilion." "You flatter me." Yang Xingyuan smiled. Chu Li shook his head. "I don't know if Stargazing Pavilion can see if Pavilion Leader Su will keep his promise." "Pavilion Leader Su has always been a man of his word," Yang Xingyuan said. Chu Li said, "If there's a day when I break my promise, we'll have to go to Stargazing Pavilion first." Yang Xingyuan slowly said, "All right." Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. Sun Mingwei's jade-like hands supported his back as she infused her inner energy into his body. It was like a clear spring that cleansed his internal organs and helped him recover from his injuries. In the blink of an eye, the two left Prophecy Pavilion, moving faster and faster. The scenery in front of them gradually became blurred, as if the scene was distorted and moving backward. Sun Mingwei had already used her divine power. Chu Li was silent, knowing that she was unhappy. Anyone would feel aggrieved. Enduring this was a test of one's willpower. Sun Mingwei was favored by the heavens, with such a high cultivation level, yet she could endure it. She was not inferior to men. The Holy Church of Light was no match for the 8 major sects. If it was him, he would have no choice but to do the same thing as Sun Mingwei. He already knew that Sun Mingwei did not plan to fight Prophecy Pavilion, or else she would have killed Su Yoning with the secret technique of Great Light. She did not do it, because she was worried and did not want to fight recklessly. If she killed Su Yongning, the 8 major sects would join forces to suppress her. The 8 major sects were probably looking for such an opportunity. The rise of the Holy Church of Light was not what they wanted. Chu Li's eyes suddenly brightened. The scenery in front of him became clear again. They were standing in a jujube forest. The omniscient mirror saw more than 10 people gathered in the depths of the forest. Lu Chenyu was sitting cross-legged in the middle. His eyebrows were white, and his face was covered with a layer of gold powder. 12 top-notch grandmasters were sitting cross-legged around him. Their faces were gloomy. The air around them seemed to solidify. Sun Mingwei appeared with Chu Li. Lu Chenyu's complexion was golden, and his aura was weak. He was working hard to heal himself. The 12 top experts stared at him without blinking. When Sun Mingwei appeared, Lu Chenyu opened his eyes. His gaze was dull. Everyone turned their heads and stood up to greet him. Sun Mingwei stepped in front of Lu Chenyu and pressed on his shoulder. Lu Chenyu was unable to get up. He raised his head and cupped his fists with a bitter smile. "Saint, I am ashamed. I have suffered heavy casualties and lost a Jura. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying anything more," Sun Mingwei said faintly. "You guys can go back first." She was indeed dissatisfied with Lu Chenyu. Lu Chenyu was also an elder of the cult. He should have been more cautious in his actions. He had not been discreet in his actions and caused Cheng Siyu's death. Then what about the war with the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets? Lu Chenyu frowned. "We can't just go back with our tails between our legs, right? It's over." Sun Mingwei said, "I've exchanged blows with the Pavilion Master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. The Stargazing Pavilion has stepped in to mediate, so we can only retreat and find a chance to talk again." Lu Chenyu's face darkened. Stargazing Pavilion. He knew the result the moment he heard about the Stargazing Pavilion. Once the Stargazing Pavilion attacked, the Holy Church of Light would have no choice but to retreat. Sun Mingwei said, "There's no use acting on impulse. Go back with the others as soon as possible. Be careful not to get ambushed. I'll go gather the Azuras." "Yes." Lu Chenyu nodded bitterly. If he had not been ambushed, or if he could have won the ambush, the current situation would be very different. Even if he retreated, he would have been able to receive sufficient compensation. He would not have suffered such heavy losses and be in a sorry state. At the end of the day, he was the one who had not been prudent and meticulous in his actions. Sun Mingwei said, "The most important thing for you now is to heal your injuries and return. If the Fu-8 sects secretly attack you, you'll be in grave danger. Move now, hide your identity, and leave quietly." "Yes." Lu Chenyu nodded. He took out a jade flute and sighed as he handed it to Sun Mingwei. Sun Mingwei took it and kept it in her sleeve. "I'll help you heal your injuries. Recover as soon as possible." Lu Chenyu gave a fist salute. "Thank you, Saint." Sun Mingwei waved her hand and said, "Zhao De, come here too." Chu Li said, "Saint, I'm almost recovered." Sun Mingwei stared at him. Chu Li had no choice but to sit cross-legged next to Lu Chenyu. The two sat side by side. Sun Mingwei placed her palms on their backs and injected inner energy like a cold spring into their bodies, rapidly healing their injuries. Chu Li's recovery was rapid. The effects of the spirit medicine he had consumed earlier were still present. Moreover, his body was extraordinarily strong. Sun Mingwei could clearly feel his rapid recovery. She sighed to herself that he was indeed a genius with an extraordinary gift. His body's recovery ability was a few times or even 10 times that of a normal person. It was far from what Lu Chenyu could compare to. Lu Chenyu's injuries were much lighter than his, but his recovery was much slower. Zhao De's severe injuries were almost fully recovered, but Lu Chenyu's injuries were still extremely serious. Sun Mingwei withdrew her palms after 2 hours. Lu Chenyu's complexion looked much better. The golden color on his face had disappeared, leaving behind only a pale complexion. Chu Li's complexion even became a little rosy. Sun Mingwei stood up and said, "Let's go." Lu Chenyu and the others' fists saluted and bade farewell. Then, they scattered and disappeared into the boundless jujube forest. Zhao De, You should go back too, Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li hurriedly asked, Saint, are you looking for Azura? Sun Mingwe nodded. If we don't find them, many people will die if they go berserk. It's against the natural order. Chu Li said, let me help. I can sense where they are, but you can't. Sun Mingwe shook her head. You'll only be a burden if you follow them. Chu Li said, there are more than 100 of them. If we gather them together, someone will have to watch over them, right? Otherwise, if they run while we search, when will we be done? That makes sense, Sun Mingwe said. Help me look after Azura then. She trusted Chu Li a lot now. He had sacrificed himself to save her life at a critical moment. Her attitude toward Chu Li had changed. She felt that even if he had a bad temper, he could still be very useful if he was loyal. Previously, she could not see through Chu Li's mind, so she had always had doubts. Now, her doubts were dispelled. The two of them disappeared from where they were and appeared outside a village. They saw a thin, middle-aged man in a small forest. He looked like an ordinary person who did not know any martial arts, but when he saw Sun Mingwe, he turned into a stream of light and shot out. Sun Mingwe took out a jade flute from her sleeve and gently waved it. Instantly, a clear whistle was heard. The thin, middle-aged man who was running away suddenly stopped and glided back to them. He fist saluted. Greetings, Saint. Sun Mingwe said, follow me back. Yes. The thin, middle-aged man nodded helplessly. When he glanced at Chu Li, a murderous glint flashed across his eyes. Chu Li smiled. Saint, can this jade flute control them? This jade flute is enough, Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li said, if someone else gets their hands on this jade flute, won't they be able to control them? Chapter 1309. She placed one hand on the back of Chu Li's hand and the other on the thin man's sleeve. Then, they disappeared and reappeared in a pine forest. Chu Li looked around. Where's this place? In the Li dynasty, Sun Mingwe answered. Chu Li praised. Saint, your light body technique is amazing. Don't be envious. You won't be able to learn it, Sun Mingwe said. Watch him here. I'll go catch the others. Yes. Chu Li nodded. Sun Mingwe suddenly stopped when she was about to leave. She frowned at the thin man. The thin man was staring at Chu Li with an eager expression. It was obvious that he was going to fight Chu Li once she left. Zhao De could deal with one Azura, or even two. However, he would not be able to deal with 100 of them. Fine, take this. Sun Mingwe tossed the jade flute in her sleeve to Chu Li. Chu Li took it. I'll take this. What will you do, Saint? I have my ways. Sun Mingwe waved her hand. The jade flute is a convenient method. Watch him well, and don't let him escape. Yes. Chu Li nodded. Sun Mingwe suddenly disappeared. The thin man looked at the jade flute in Chu Li's hand and scoffed. Who are you? Chu Li smiled faintly. It's my first time hearing that an Azura can be tamed. I'm embarrassed for you. What do you mean? The thin man's face turned pale. This was the last thing they wanted to talk about, but Chu Li had unceremoniously exposed it. He was furious, and his murderous intent surged. He wanted nothing more than to tear Chu Li apart. His eyes suddenly became long and narrow. His pupils lengthened vertically, forming a cross with his long eyelids. His gaze was cold and emotionless. He looked at Chu Li as if he was a dead man. Chu Li grinned. Are you trying to kill me? You deserve to die. The thin man gritted his teeth and said coldly. Chu Li fiddled with the jade flute. I wonder if this will work. Without waiting for the thin man to react, Chu Li waved the flute. Woo! The jade flute let out a clear, melodious sound that traveled far. It was different from the usual sharp and short sound of a jade flute. The thin man's eyes returned to normal. His gaze was warm like a normal person's. He stared at Chu Li furiously, but could not kill him. Once the flute sounded, he could not kill the person holding it. Chu Li smiled. Looks like it's working. I wonder how the saint managed to tame you. Enlighten us with the Dharma of Buddhism. The thin middle-aged man said coldly. The Holy Lady's Dharma is profound. We can only convert to her. Chu Li was surprised. The saint's dharmic base isn't that profound, is it? The Great Light Scripture can counter our Azura power technique. The thin middle-aged man scoffed and said, It's useless even if you know. It's impossible for her to cultivate the great light scripture to the level of a saint. It's impossible for her to purify us. Of Lee of the man of Lee. He looked out of the man of Lee of the son of Ming. Of fighting had already become an Azura's instinct, and it was present everywhere. Even if they had already converted to Sun Mingwei, they were still constantly thinking about fighting and finding others to fight against Sun Mingwei. Although he had converted to Sun Mingwei, he was always thinking of fighting and finding someone else to fight her. He frowned at the man. "You're not lying, are you?" A white shadow flashed, and Sun Mingwei appeared again. She was holding a thin, middle-aged man in her hand. His appearance was different from the previous one. His body was thin and strong, like a leopard. Sun Mingwei appeared again with a white shadow. She was holding on to another thin man. He was different from the one before. His body was lean and strong like a leopard. Chuli smiled. "Saint, this guy said that the saint used the great light scripture to convert them." Chuli asked, "Can I convert them too?" "Yes." Sun Mingwei nodded. "As long as your great light scripture is better than mine." Chuli smiled bitterly. Sun Mingwei scoffed. "Don't think too much. Keep an eye on them." "Yes." Chuli nodded. As Sun Mingwei disappeared again, he waved the flute to prevent the man from getting angry. Then, he lowered his head and pondered. His trip to the Prophecy Pavilion was disappointing. He did not obtain the Star Stone. He had put in so much effort to obtain the Star Stone. Unfortunately, he did not get it. Su Yoning was not seriously injured, so he could not peek into his mind. It was almost impossible to find Star Stone. Moreover, Su Yoning's cultivation level was beyond his imagination. It was impossible to force his way through. There was still a long way to go to get the Star Stone. However, he did not come up empty-handed. His guess was right. The cultivators of the Heavenly Killer technique would improve their Heavenly Heart technique. His Heavenly Heart technique had improved, and the life and death scripture had become more agile. He could see Su Yoning through a tree. This tree was a distance away from the basilica where Su Yoning was. He could clearly see the people entering and leaving the basilica from a dozen meters away. Su Yoning had not come out since he entered the basilica. He was seriously injured. There were 22 elders entering and exiting the basilica. All of them had high cultivation levels, similar to Lu Qinyu's. The Prophecy Pavilion was indeed powerful. What surprised him was not that the life and death scripture could focus his spiritual energy on a tree to replace his eyes. More importantly, he was in the Li dynasty. The tree where the life and death scripture focused his spiritual energy was in the Prophecy Pavilion. The Li dynasty and the Fu dynasty were separated by more than 10,000 miles. When he thought about it this way, he understood how mysterious the life and death scripture was. He had been cultivating martial arts diligently for the past 2 years. Other than improving his soul, he could not improve the life and death scripture at other times. He was surprised that the Heavenly Heart technique was on the right track. Sun Mingwei appeared in a flash. She grabbed an Azura in each hand and disappeared again. Chuli waved the jade flute to calm the 2 newcomers down. He used the omniscient mirror to look around. He was at the foot of a towering mountain. He could see the mountain after passing through the dense forest. These Azuras should be placed in this mountain. He reached out to the first Azura. "You guys are cultivating here?" "Yes." The thin, middle-aged man nodded. "It's on the mountain next to us. It's a sacred place for us to cultivate." Chuli frowned. "Isn't this sacred place the Ji dynasty's Moonfall Peak? That place is not bad. This place is not bad either." The thin, middle-aged man nodded. "But that place is occupied by the bald donkeys from the Tempest Temple. I can't cultivate in peace. No one knows about this place." Chuli nodded slowly. "Where's the bishop of the Divine Church of Azura?" "The bishop hasn't returned yet." The thin, middle-aged man looked around. Chuli asked, "Do you guys listen to the bishop?" "First the saint. When the saint isn't here, we listen to the bishop." "Then why did you guys run away?" "Well," the thin, middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before he smiled. "The bishop asked us to try and escape. He wanted to see if the saint could catch us. If she couldn't, we'd be able to roam the world freely. Once you roam the world freely, you won't be far from destruction. Chu scoffed. Do you think the food dynasty is a vegetarian? Oomph. The thin, middle-aged man scoffed and said no more. Sun Mingwei appeared again and grabbed an Azura. She looked at Chu Li with her bright eyes. I want to return to the Great Light Peak immediately. Chapter 13:10. Chu Li quickly asked, did the disciples of Stargazing Pavilion really go to the Great Light Peak? That's right, Sun Mingwei said solemnly. Chu Li asked, if the saint returns, what will happen to the remaining Azuras? In a few days, I'll come back to catch them, Sun Mingwei said. Chu Li said, since they're back, there shouldn't be a problem. I'll go back and see if there's anything I can help with. Sun Mingwei furrowed her brows and looked at him. She nodded slowly. All right. Chu Li's current cultivation level was top-notch, far surpassing that of the 4 great priests. Moreover, the priests were not very useful at the moment. Some were injured, some were crippled, and some were not around. Chu Li's presence would indeed make a difference. After pondering for a moment, she felt that bringing Chu Li along was not a bad idea. She grabbed Chu Li's left wrist with her right hand and held him steady through his sleeve. In a flash, both of them disappeared on the spot and appeared in the Divine Light Basilica. Chu Li's expression was one of admiration, but his heart sank. As expected, Sun Mingwei had divine arts just like him. She didn't have God's limbs, but they had the same effect. Both of them could traverse space freely and travel 10,000 miles in an instant. Doing was standing at the entrance of the main hall, looking into the distance. Her green robe wrapped around her graceful figure, making her look extremely alluring. She felt that something was amiss and quickly turned around. When she saw them, she heaved a sigh of relief. Saint, Sun Mingwei turned around and returned to her seat. Her back was straight and she sat elegantly and dignified. She said in a low voice, the people from Stargazing Pavilion have appeared. Yes. Doing quickly nodded. Where's he? Sun Mingwei asked. Doing said, they were beaten away. Sun Mingwei looked at her with a frown. Doing hurriedly said, a total of 4 disciples from Stargazing Pavilion came. They arrogantly barged into our Great Light Peak and escaped after being injured by the seniors from the Hermit Peaks. Are there any casualties among our people? 2 are seriously injured, and the rest of the seniors are lightly injured. It can be considered a Pyrrhic victory. Sun Mingwei frowned and muttered to herself. Doing said, out of the 4 of them, our seniors have sent out 8. This disciple from the Stargazing Pavilion is very arrogant, but he is really difficult to deal with. Chu Li scoffed. They're lucky to have escaped quickly, or else I would have killed them. Don't think that the Holy Church of Light is so soft. Sun, let them do whatever they want. Sun Mingwei cast a sidelong glance at him. Chu Li said, Saint, we have to be more forceful at times like this. Yes, I know. Sun Mingwei said faintly. I'll go check on them. You can go back to your place. I heard that the first peak has reserved a place for you. Chu Li shook his head. I want to chase after the disciples of Stargazing Pavilion. Sun Mingwei frowned at him. Chu Li scoffed. Do you think you can hide from our eyes and ears in the Li dynasty? What will you do if you catch up? Teach them a good lesson. Chu Li scoffed. Since they dare to behave atrociously in our territory, we'll make them suffer. Sun Mingwei said, you should know the severity of the situation. Chu Li nodded. That's only natural. You can avoid the death penalty, but you can't. All right, Sun Mingwei said slowly. Someone will report their whereabouts to you. Saint, just wait and see. Chu Li scoffed. It'll be best if I can obtain the heart technique of Stargazing Pavilion. You'd better not have such extravagant hopes. Sun Mingwei said, Duing, tell us their whereabouts. They are now in Wu City. Duing said, this news was sent 2 hours ago. Since they're severely injured, they'll probably be recuperating in Wu City. They won't be leaving anytime soon. Chu Li Fist saluted and turned to leave. Wu City was a small town located in the southern border of the Li dynasty. The evening of early summer was cool and pleasant. Chu Li glided into Wu City and went straight to a house. His expression instantly changed. There were 4 headless corpses lying in the house. Their heads had been cut off. They were dressed in blue robes and had white jade pendants hanging on their waists. He could tell at a glance that they were disciples of Stargazing Pavilion. Chu Li's heart sank, for disciples of Stargazing Pavilion were killed in the Li dynasty. The Holy Church of Light could not explain themselves. Even if the murderer was not from the Holy Church of Light, it would be the Holy Church of Light. Stargazing Pavilion would only think that they were the murderers. Chu Li's expression darkened. His mind raced, and he disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in another house. He did not step into the house. He used the omniscient mirror to observe and pondered at the same time. Logically, this should not have happened. The disciples of Stargazing Pavilion had the stargazing technique. Their ability to seek fortune and avoid danger was stronger than that of Divine Prophecy Pavilion. It was difficult for anyone to kill them. Moreover, once they predicted that he was in danger, they would not appear and would immediately avoid him. The current situation had obviously exceeded their expectations. The only ones who could break through their prying were either people like him who possessed the 9th level of Heavenly Heart Technique, or people like Sun Mingwei who had an all-powerful aura. Only people like them could kill them. After all, it was not easy to kill the injured disciples of Stargazing Pavilion. No matter how he calculated, there were only a few people in the Li dynasty. Could it be the bishop of the Holy Church of Light himself, or the other 3 sect leaders who did it? His heart skipped a beat. The White Tiger sect and the others had long been dissatisfied with the Holy Church of Light's dominance. It was a good opportunity for Stargazing Pavilion to weaken the Holy Church of Light. The injuries suffered by the 4 disciples of Stargazing Pavilion were a little strange. It was purely an external impact, and there was no sign of internal energy invasion. The murderer should be someone with extraordinary strength. He could not tell which heart technique was used. Chu Li pondered for a moment. In the end, he did not go in and fluttered away. For hours later, he returned to the Divine Light Basilica of Great Light Peak and reported the situation to Sun Mingwei. Sun Mingwei sat behind the table. She had already taken off her white veil to reveal her beautiful face. Her face was covered with a layer of frost. She stood up and paced in front of the table with her hands behind her back. The basilica was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chu Li did not move, and Du Ying stared at Sun Mingwei without blinking. Chu Li could tell that she was also hesitant. If this matter were to be exposed, a great disaster would come. He coughed softly to break the silence. Saint, Stargazing Pavilion should know about the death of their disciples by now. They can also predict the location, so they should be arriving in Wu Town soon. Sun Mingwei frowned at him and slowly nodded. Yes, Chu Li said, this battle is inevitable. Saint, don't take any chances. Not necessarily. Sun Mingwei shook her head. Stargazing Pavilion has amazing foresight. They might be able to find the murderer. Chu Li shook his head. Even if they find the murderer, we're still accomplices. If they can't find the murderer, they'll definitely vent their anger on us. Once we start a war with Stargazing Pavilion. Sun Mingwei glanced at Du Ying. You can leave first. Yes. Du Ying curtsied and took a deep look at Chu Li before leaving. Sun Mingwei paced with her hands behind her back. After a while, she sighed softly. Once we start a war with Stargazing Pavilion, the Holy Church of Light will be in danger. Chu Li said, could it be the work of the other 3 sect leaders? Sun Mingwei said, there's no evidence. I hope Stargazing Pavilion can predict it. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we can't start a war with Stargazing Pavilion. Stargazing Pavilion is not Divine Prophecy Pavilion. Chapter 13:11. The Fu Dynasty's 8 major sects fought fiercely against each other, even more so than the Holy Church of Light and the White Tiger sect. The Holy Church of Light was the dominant force, while the White Tiger sect could only stir up some trouble. The Fu Dynasty's 8 major sects were Goddess Attraction Mountain, which was detached from worldly affairs, while the other 7 sects fought fiercely. Stargazing Pavilion had great foresight. Although they had few disciples, they were quite powerful. However, they were not popular. The other 6 sects were hostile towards them, so they would not mind giving them a helping hand if they had the chance to see them suffer. Sun Mingwei shook her head. We can't count on them. No matter how fierce their fight is, They'll work together to fight against sects other than the Food Dynasty. That's why the Food Dynasty's status in the martial arts world is unshakable. This was the scary part about the Food Dynasty's martial arts world. Apart from the Food Dynasty, the other country's martial arts world did not have such awareness, so they could never turn the tables. Chu Li said, "Saint, now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to fight. The Stargazing Pavilion won't let this go. We can't just sit back and do nothing, right?" He was conflicted with Sun Mingwei. They both hoped that the Holy Church of Light would be destroyed, but at the same time, they did not. The Holy Church of Light was both an obstacle and the biggest shield. Sigh. Sun Mingwei showed a rare hint of weakness and shook her head. Will the Holy Church be destroyed because of me? Am I really not on good terms with the Holy Church? She recalled the rumors spread by the Prophecy Pavilion and could not help but feel sad. Chu Li smiled. Don't worry, Saint. The Holy Church won't fall so easily. I'll go to the Stargazing Pavilion to see if I can sneak in. Forget it. Sun Mingwei shook her head. Why don't I send their corpses back to the Stargazing Pavilion to show my sincerity? Chu Li asked. You're courting death. Sun Mingwei rolled her eyes at him. The Stargazing Pavilion was used to being unreasonable. The martial arts world of the Food Dynasty was like this, as they regarded themselves as the Celestial Empire. To them, the Ji Dynasty, Li Dynasty, Qiu Dynasty, and Zheng Dynasty were remote barbarians who did not treat them as humans. If Chu Li dared to send the corpses back to the Stargazing Pavilion, they might kill him to vent their anger. My saint, let's pretend that we don't know anything. Chu Li scoffed. Let's pretend that we haven't returned. Let's gather the Azuras first. All right. Sun Mingwei nodded slowly. She put on the white veil and then tugged at Chu Li's sleeve before vanishing abruptly. The next moment, she reappeared at the same spot where more than 10 Azuras were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. When the Azuras saw them, they merely glanced at them before continuing with their cultivation. Sun Mingwei said, Look after them. I'll go look for them. Chu Li nodded. Sun Mingwei flashed again and again, bringing back 2 people every time. In one breath, she gathered all 100 people together. From time to time, Chu Li would wave his jade flute to dispel their murderous intent. After Sun Mingwei let go of the last person, her bright eyes flickered like the rippling waters of a clear lake. Chu Li noticed that something was amiss and looked at her suspiciously. Sun Mingwei frowned and shook her head. Send them into the mountains first. Chu Li asked what happened. One is missing, Sun Mingwei said. Chu Li asked, Could it be the bishop of the Divine Church of Azura? Sun Mingwei nodded slowly and then sneered. What a good plan. Chu Li did not need to think too much to know that the bishop of the Divine Church of Azura had concealed himself from Sun Mingwei and then seized the opportunity to escape, successfully breaking free from Sun Mingwei's control and senses. Can you catch up to him? Chu Li asked. Sun Mingwei said, If he really escapes, it'll be a sin. The bishop of the Divine Church of Azura had outstanding martial arts and was even more bloodthirsty. If he escaped, there was no telling how many people he would kill, and all of this would be blamed on her. Chu Li said, I'll make arrangements for them. This mountain is their cultivation sanctuary. Once they enter, they won't want to leave. This is the mountain's formation talisman. Send them in. Sun Mingwei took out a jade pendant and handed it to Chu Li. Be careful. Chu Li took the white jade pendant. Don't worry, Saint. Sun Mingwei suddenly disappeared. Chu Li waved the jade flute and raised his voice. Everyone, come with me. It's time to go home. 100 Azuras stood up at once and stared at him with their sharp eyes. It was frightening. They were all thin and of medium height. When they stood together, there was a murderous aura in their movements. It was like an army that made people shudder. Chu Li smiled. He was not worried and turned to walk into the depths of the forest. After passing through the forest, he entered the mountain peak. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 soft whistles were heard. Chu Li dodged to the side, and 2 thin, middle-aged men pounced on him. They spread their fingers, and their long fingernails gleamed coldly like coal blades. Seeing that he dodged, the 2 men continued to attack. Bam, bam, bam. Chuli punched each of them, and the two men were sent flying, crashing into the other Asuras. Bam, 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 bam. Wherever they passed, those who were hit would be sent flying. It seemed like the two of them were the ones who sent everyone flying. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 people were sent flying. They only stopped when they crashed into 2 pine trees and the pine needles fell on them. Wah, wah. The 2 men spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. They were limp and could not move. Even though they had the body of Azura, they could not withstand Chu Li's inner force. The Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture constantly changed the inner force from yin to yang, then from yang to yin. The cycle was endless and endless, constantly destroying their internal organs. Their cultivation level was far lower than Chu Li's, and they could not fight back against his inner force. The body of Azura and the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture's inner force were fighting. One was destroying while the other was repairing. The repair could not keep up with the speed of destruction. Their injuries kept worsening, and they had lost all their vigor. Oof. Another 2 Azuras snorted and pounced on him. Chuli did not wait for them to come close and threw 2 divine light fists. Bam, bam. The 2 Azuras were sent flying and crashed into 2 trees. They hung there motionlessly as if they were embedded in the trees. Only the veins on their necks were bulging. It was obvious that they were using all their strength. Chuli shook his head and looked at the other Azuras. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was obvious that they wanted to pounce on him together. Chuli smiled. It seems like your murderous nature has not dissipated. He waved the jade flute a few times as he spoke. The rest of the Azuras slowly surrounded him. Their eyes became long and narrow, and there was no longer any emotion in them. Their gazes were cold and eerie. They looked at him as if they were looking at a dead man. Those who were timid would be frightened by their looks. Chuli frowned as he looked at the jade flute. It seemed like there was something wrong with the jade flute. It might have been switched. This could be the work of the bishop of the Divine Church of Azura. Lu Qingyu did not realize it, because he was heavily injured. This bishop was indeed a powerful person. The Azuras sneered and approached him step by step, forming a huge pressure. Chuli squinted his eyes and sized them up. You want to kill me and lure the saint back, right? Smart people don't live long. A hoarse voice was heard from the crowd. Chu Li's gaze fell on a thin elder. It seems like you're half a leader. When did the Azuras become so obedient? How strange. Chapter 13:12. Where did your bishop escape to? Escape? The thin elder curled his lips and looked at him in disdain. The bishop is unpredictable. You'll know how powerful he is in the future. Chuli frowned and his face darkened. His omniscient mirror had improved tremendously, and he could see into the thin elder's mind. What they did previously made him think that the jade flute was useful and that he would attack after they gathered. This was all part of the Divine Church of Azura's plan. The Divine Church of Azura's leader was not trying to escape, but to create trouble for the Holy Church of Light. He wanted the saint to be distracted by the Azuras so that they could escape. That would be troublesome. The Divine Church of Azura's leader was not an ordinary person. Although his cultivation level was not as high as Chu Li's, he was still a Holy Church of Light priest. If he deliberately caused trouble, the damage would be unimaginable. He was not afraid of Sun Mingwei, but he was afraid that the Divine Church of Azura's leader would kill. That would be a sin. The thin elder scoffed. Everyone, let's attack together. The crowd of Azuras pounced on Chu Li. They were densely packed and did not give Chu Li a chance to dodge. Chu Li disappeared in a flash. By the time they reached the center, he was already gone. He landed on a treetop and sat in a lotus position. It was as if an invisible force was supporting him as he sat steadily. He formed a seal with his hands, and his posture was the same as the Buddha of light in his mind. His lips moved as he chanted the great light scripture. It sounded like he was murmuring, but it was clear enough to be heard. His posture and movements were the same as the Buddha of light in his mind. His body, mind, hands, and mouth were connected. His lips were synchronized with the Buddha's, and the sound was the same. It was as if he was chanting the Buddha of light through his own mouth. Amidst the murmuring of Buddha's voice, the great light scripture floated into their minds like invisible lotuses. The Asuras were about to turn around and rush at him. As soon as the Buddha's voice entered their ears, they stopped moving. They seemed to be deep in thought as they listened attentively. Unknowingly, the coldness on their faces disappeared, and they became calm again. The murderous intent in his chest slowly dissipated along with the great light scripture. Chuli felt neither sorrow nor joy, neither anger nor resentment. There was only peace and light in his heart. His body and the great light scripture had merged into one. The great light scripture was him, and he was the great light scripture. It was difficult to distinguish one from the other. Over and over again, the great light scripture circulated and resounded in the Asura's ears. The sound grew louder and louder, but they listened to it as if they were intoxicated. In the end, they even smiled. Chuli slowly came to a stop. His expression was solemn, and his face glowed brightly as if the great light Buddha had appeared. Chuli said in a low voice, "Everyone, follow me." Everyone cupped their fists and respectfully followed behind him into the depths of the forest. The four Asuras who had been severely injured by Chuli also stood up and followed behind him with great difficulty. Chuli leaped behind them and clapped his hands lightly, dispelling the inner energy of the earth matrix and reincarnation scripture. Then, he returned to the front to lead the way. Chuli's movements were steady, calm, and unhurried. There was an air of serenity in his movements, but his footsteps were extremely fast. In just a short while, he had passed through the dense forest and reached the peak of the mountain. Then, he continued to climb. When they were halfway up the mountain, the white jade talisman in Chuli's sleeve flew out. The surrounding scenery did not change much, but the mountain could no longer be seen from the outside. Chuli was in the eye of the formation, so he could see through the formation through the omniscient mirror. If he took another step, the omniscient mirror would lose its effect. When he saw the situation outside, he could not help but be speechless. What a powerful formation! A formation that could conceal a mountain was not an ordinary formation. It seemed that the great light peak's strength was unfathomable, and there was a hidden formation master among them. However, it could also be a formation set up by the Tian Luo sect. He turned to look at the Asuras and said, "All of you should calm down and cultivate here. Don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. I'm afraid that your bishop is in danger." The Asuras remained silent. They had lost their killing intent, but that did not mean that they had changed their minds. They were just not as extreme when they were facing Chuli, so they did not want to make a move. Deep down, they were still eager to make a move. They thought that if the bishop could cause chaos in the Holy Church of Light, they would be able to seize the opportunity to regain their freedom and dominate the world. Then they were inexplicably worried. This fellow's great light scripture was so powerful that they could not help but want to convert to him. Now that the bishop was not here, and without the bishop's treasures to restrain the great light scripture, they would have to convert to him if he chanted the scripture one more time. That would mean that they would never be free. When they thought of this, they were inexplicably worried and glared at Chuli. Chuli raised his eyebrows as he saw through their thoughts. He found a huge rock and sat in the lotus position. Then he formed a seal with his hands and once again merged with the Buddha of great light in his mind. His movements, speech, and speech became one, connecting the inside and the outside. His mouth was the Buddha's mouth, and his voice was the Buddha's voice. The great light scripture was like a lotus falling on their bodies, making them want to convert again. When Chuli began to chant the great light scripture, he did not know how much time had passed. He was completely immersed in the great light scripture and did not divert his attention at all. His heart was pure, and his mind was pure, which was why he had such a wonderful power. When dusk arrived, Chuli came back to his senses and realized that he had unknowingly been chanting the great light scripture for an entire day. He could not help but sigh inwardly. He did not expect the great light scripture to be so powerful. Looking at the Asura's lowered brows and extremely submissive faces, he knew that their ferocious nature had been suppressed. This was conversion. This was the power of Buddhism. From now on, if there were no accidents, they would obey his orders without question, just like a disciple to their master. Chuli smiled. It was a great surprise to be able to control the Azuras. When Sun Mingwei returned, she would not take back control of these Azuras. Instead, she would ask for their secrets. From then on, he would have such a secret force, which could be used as a surprise weapon during critical moments. As the dusk grew darker, a white figure suddenly flashed, and Sun Mingwei appeared in front of him. Chuli gave her a fist salute. Sun Mingwei glanced at the Azuras who were sitting around Chuli and looked at him in surprise. "You," Chuli smiled. "I've been chanting the Great Light Scripture for an entire day. It's working." "Good." Sun Mingwei nodded slowly. "You were almost deceived by that fellow. You've done well. From now on, you'll be in charge of these guys. You didn't find that fellow?" "No." Sun Mingwei frowned and scoffed. "Let's return to the Great Light Peak first. We'll look for him in a few days." Chuli said, "I have a feeling that he'll cause great trouble. It's better to find him as soon as possible." Sun Mingwei glared at him before pulling his sleeve and disappearing. The next moment, she appeared in the Divine Light Basilica. She let go of Chu Li's sleeve and waved her hand. "Go do what you need to do. You can continue your isolated cultivation at the peak or go to the Spirit Medicine Nursery at the first peak." "I'll go to the isolated cultivation area," Chu Li said. He did not want to get too involved with the Great Light Peak. The less he had, the better it would be. He could not stand Zhou Huang being too friendly to him. Doing suddenly entered and curtsied. "Saint, the people from Stargazing Pavilion have left with the corpses. They're here." Sun Mingwei frowned. "How many of them?" "4 of them. They left with the corpses and went back the way they came." Chapter 13:13. Chuli did not say anything when he saw that she did not look well. Sun Mingwei could not tolerate being criticized, so it was better to keep her mouth shut. He had a bad feeling about this. If the Stargazing Pavilion disciples came to question him, there would still be room for negotiation. However, they took the corpses away and did not come to Great Light Peak at all. It was obvious that they had made up their mind to fight and not waste their time. There was no point in saying anything else, as Sun Mingwei would only be more annoyed. He fist saluted and turned to leave. "What do you think we should do?" Sun Mingwei suddenly asked. Chuli stopped and turned to look at her. "It's up to you, Saint." "Less. Gather? Govern Shiduan? The barbarians are wounded in the wilderness." "Lie." Chu Li's act of sacrificing himself to protect her had earned her trust. In addition to his high cultivation level, he held a different position in her heart. Most importantly, at this critical juncture, she wanted to hear the opinions of others as a reference. Chu Li said, "In my opinion, we should strike first and take care of Stargazing Pavilion before they attack." "Stupid idea. That's suicidal." Sun Mingwei scoffed. Chu Li smiled. "Saint doesn't want to fight, and I think Stargazing Pavilion doesn't either. They're afraid of both sides and don't want to fight either. And then we'll find a way out and leave room for negotiation. Just tell me what to do. Don't beat around the bush. I'll go to Stargazing Pavilion and tell them that the person who killed their disciples is the bishop of the Divine Church of Azura. He has broken free from the saints' control and wants the 2 sects to fight each other. He disappeared after killing the disciples and asked Stargazing Pavilion to help track him down. The truth will be revealed once they catch him. The bishop of the Divine Church of Azura." Sun Mingwei nodded slowly. "That's a good idea." Azura was connected to the Outland, so it was difficult for Stargazing Pavilion and Prophecy Pavilion to predict their actions. That was why Lu Chenyu led Azura to attack Prophecy Pavilion, but failed. The root of the failure was that Prophecy Pavilion could not predict Azura, but Lu Chenyu. It was most suitable for Zhao Dai to lead this group of Azura. Chu Li's Heavenly Heart technique was very profound, and Prophecy Pavilion could not predict his actions. Thus, nobody knew that he was leading Azura. Chu Li said, "Saint, I think he might really be the one behind this." Sun Mingwei's face darkened, and she snorted coldly. "This guy is unpredictable. He's capable of doing this." She was infuriated at the thought of the Azura divine cult leader. She had never suffered such a great loss before. She had been deceived and betrayed him at the crucial moment. This move is like hitting a snake where it hurts. It's the most vicious one. I don't think the leaders of the other three sects would dare to do this, Chuli said. Only a lunatic like him would do something like this. But you have to be careful about who you choose to go to the stargazing pavilion. Sun Mingyue sized him up, her bright eyes flashing with brilliant colors. This was a dangerous mission. Even if the stargazing pavilion accepted this explanation, it did not mean that they would not kill them. They were arrogant and did not treat anyone outside of the Fu dynasty as human beings. They might even kill the messenger to establish their authority and vent their anger. Chuli said, "Saint, give me the position of priest. I'll go there myself." Guardian King. Sun Mingyue glared at him in annoyance. "You're willing to throw away your life for the position of Guardian King." Chuli smiled. "Fortune comes from danger. I won't let go of such a good opportunity. If you can return safely, you'll be a priest," Sun Mingyue said. Chuli shook his head. "I want to be a priest first before going to the stargazing pavilion. Even if I die, I'll die as a priest. You'll have to wait for Priest Liu and Priest Fong to return," Sun Mingyue said. Chuli said, "Then we'll wait for them to return." "All right, I'll do as you say," Sun Mingyue scoffed. "Zhao Dai will become a priest?" "No." Lu Qingyu was shocked and shook his head. "He's too young, and his qualifications are not convincing. If we really announce it, I'm afraid that the Holy Church of Light won't be convinced. We can't break the rules." The Divine Light Basilica was dazzling. The morning sunlight was reflected by the ice peak outside, making it even brighter. Lu Qingyu's face was ruddy. His injuries were almost healed. Fang Qingyang stood at the side with a gloomy face and looked at Chuli. He knew that Zhao Dai would become a priest one day. Cultivation was the foundation of a priest. With a strong enough cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to make contributions, but he did not expect it to be so soon. With Zhao Dai's contributions, it's more than enough for him to become a priest, Sun Mingyue said calmly. "I just wanted to train him because of his personality, but things are different now. Priest Chung and Priest He have ascended to the great light surpassing state. The position of priest can't be left empty. It needs someone with sufficient cultivation, and he's the most suitable." "Saint, young Zhao is too young." Lu Qingyu sighed. He could not help but feel sad when he thought of the two fallen great priests. They had been friends for decades. It was a pity that they had ascended to the great light surpassing state so early. He looked at Fang Qingyang, who was in a daze. "Young Fang, what do you think?" "Elder Lu, I'm sorry." Fang Qingyang Fizz saluted and said seriously, "Branch leader Zhao has a profound cultivation level. I'm far inferior to you. You've also made great contributions. I have no doubts about becoming a priest." Young Fang. Lu Qingyu stared at him in shock. He had thought that Fang Qingyang would not agree. After all, Chuli was younger than Fang Qingyang and had less experience. He had only been in the church for about 2 years. Fang Qingyang said, "We need a more powerful master to become a priest to stabilize the people's hearts. Otherwise, we'll be weak without deterrence. The other 3 sects will inevitably covet us and become restless. That will be troublesome." Sun Mingyue slowly said, "The priest's words make sense. Priest Liu, you should know how serious the situation is now." "Sigh, I'm old. It's time for me to enter the Hermit Peaks." Lu Qingyu sighed. Sun Mingyue's face darkened. "Priest Liu, what do you mean by that?" Lu Qingyu shook his head. "Don't worry, Saint. I won't quit now. We'll talk about it after this." Sun Mingyue scoffed. "You're not even 100 years old. Priest Liu, don't even think about getting some peace." Lu Qingyu smiled bitterly and nodded. Sun Mingyue turned to look at Chuli. "All right, you're a priest now." Chuli smiled and Fizz saluted. "Thank you, Saint." "Thank you, priests." Fang Qingyang nodded without saying a word. Lu Qingyu said, "Young Zhao, since you've become a priest, we're of the same rank. Just call me Elder Lu. I'm in charge of the Fu dynasty, while young Fang is in charge of the Ji dynasty." Sun Mingyue frowned. "Zhao Dai, you'll be in charge of the Qiu dynasty." Chuli Fizz saluted. "Yes." Sun Mingyue said, a priest's position is aloof. He's not in charge of the specific matters. The altar leader will handle the specific matters. A priest is in charge of supervision, deterrence, and patching up mistakes. Chuli nodded slowly. I'll head to the stargazing pavilion then. Remember, run when you need to, Sun Mingwe said. Chuli smiled and nodded. I've just become a priest. I value my life very much. Don't worry, Saint. He fist saluted Lu Qinyu and Fong Qingyang before turning and striding out of the Divine Light Basilica. Saint, young Zhao is? Lu Qinyu asked. Sun Mingwe said, he's going to the stargazing pavilion to explain himself. Lu Qinyu's expression changed. Isn't that suicide? He had the most dealings with the martial arts world of the Fu dynasty. He knew the 8 major sects of the Fu dynasty very well. They were arrogant and did not care about the martial arts world of the Li dynasty at all. They felt that they were all country bumpkins who could not withstand a single blow and were not worth mentioning. If they were not convinced, they could just kill them without wasting their breath. The disciples of the Stargazing Pavilion had died in the Li dynasty. The Stargazing Pavilion must be furious and eager to deal with the Holy Church of Light. If they went there now, it would be no different from suicide. Chapter 13-14. Just as Chuli was about to descend the Great Light Peak, a white figure flashed in front of him, and Sun Mingwe appeared out of thin air. Chuli stopped in his tracks and gave a fist salute. Saint, Sun Mingwe took out a jade pendant and handed it to Chuli. Take this. Chuli took it. It was warm and delicate to the touch and glowed brightly. It was obvious that it was no ordinary item. This is... Chuli fumbled with the jade pendant. Sun Mingwe glared at him. Chuli suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The pendant that he had taken out from her still had some of her body temperature and fragrance, so it was rather frivolous for him to fumble around like this. He kept the jade pendant nonchalantly and put it away. Saint, why did you give me this? This item can sense me, Sun Mingwe said. If you're in danger, crush this pendant and I'll show up. Chuli was surprised. He had such a treasure as well. It was condensed by his all-seeing divine power and required him to cultivate it for a month. Once he was in danger, he could sense it by crushing it and rush over immediately. It was not easy to refine this item, but he had the all-seeing divine power. Even if the materials were difficult to obtain, he could always refine it. That was why all the women around him had one, just in case he could not save them in time. He did not expect Sun Mingwe to have one too. He took it out and examined it. With this item, how could the 2 Great Order Kings lose their lives? As long as they crushed the jade pendant, Sun Mingwe would be able to sense it and arrive in time to save them. Sun Mingwe said, they don't have this. Chuli smiled. I'm flattered that you're so fond of me, Saint. Sun Mingwe glared at him coldly. They feel restricted because I can appear at any time with this jade pendant. I see. Chuli suddenly realized. He had just thought about it. If it were not for this, he would not have wanted this jade pendant. If Sun Mingwe suddenly appeared when he was disguised as Chu Li, or when he was doing something secret, everything would be exposed. Even if the 4 Great Order Kings did not have as many secrets as he did, they would feel uncomfortable knowing that the saint could appear at any time. Sun Mingwe said, it's too dangerous for you to go to the Stargazing Pavilion this time. Take this and return it to me. Thank you, Saint. Chuli gave a fist salute. I'll take my leave then. Leave? Go on. Sun Mingwe waved her hand and disappeared. In a flash, Chuli appeared at the foot of a mountain and glided into it. Through the omniscient mirror, he saw many Azuras. They all had their own houses. Some were eating, some were resting, and some were not cultivating. Chuli appeared beside a thin old man. He was the deputy commander. The bishop of the Divine Church of Azura had entrusted this group of Azuras to him so that he could lead them in a rebellion. They wanted to kill Chu Li, but Chu Li had instigated a rebellion instead. The skinny old man was sitting cross-legged on the couch and channeling when he suddenly opened his eyes and saw Chu Li. He gave a fist salute. Greetings, young master. Chu Li asked, Jiang Heng, do you have any personal belongings of your bishop? This. The skinny old man hesitated. Now that he had completely converted to Chu Li's words were equivalent to his master's, so he had no intention of resisting. However, when it came to the bishop that he had always respected, he was slightly hesitant. He did not know if he should tell the truth. Chu Li said, "I'd like to have a chat with your bishop and ask him to convert." Jiang Hung shook his head and said, "Young master, it's best not to have such hopes." Chu Li smiled. "Are you saying that I can't convert him?" "Yes, even the saint couldn't convert the bishop back then." Jiang Hung slowly said, "The bishop's Azura power technique has a very profound level. The Great Light Scripture can't convert him." Chu Li asked, "Between my Great Light Scripture and the saint, which one is stronger?" "The saint," Jiang Hung said. Chu Li frowned and looked at him. Jiang Hung said, "Young master, we've all been converted by the saint before. Later on, the bishop helped us break free from the saint's restraints. Although you've converted us again, we'll still break free once the bishop makes a move." "Your bishop can break the Great Light Scripture?" Chu Li frowned. "If he's that powerful, he doesn't have to wait until the saint is too busy to deal with him. He could just fight the saint head-on." Chu Li raised his eyebrows as he saw something strange in Jiang Heng's mind. A handsome middle-aged man in a green shirt was holding a blood-red bead and rolling it between their eyebrows. After rolling it a dozen times, the Azuras who were rolled over began to change their appearance. Their eyes narrowed, and their fingernails suddenly elongated, shining like sharp blades. Chu Li immediately understood that this was the method to break the conversion. Through this blood-red bead, the bishop of the Divine Church of Azura broke the conversion of everyone. However, they were able to hide it from Sun Minghua later on because they had other tricks up their sleeves. Jiang Hung said, "The saint's cultivation level is so high that we're no match for her. If we were to fight the saint head-on and the saint took care of us first, the bishop would have no helpers and wouldn't be able to become the bishop. That's why he didn't fight the saint head-on." "What about now?" Chu Li scoffed. "Since you've already rebelled, why hasn't he shown himself?" Jiang Hung frowned and said nothing. Chu Li said faintly, "He left all of you behind and escaped by himself." "Impossible." Jiang Hung shook his head. Chu Li smiled and said nothing. Jiang Hung said, "The bishop is ambitious and needs our help to succeed. He can't do it alone." "Then tell me, what does he have with him?" Chu Li scoffed. "This." Jiang Heng's intuition told him that Chu Li wanted to harm the bishop. With the bishop's belongings, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. He could not say out loud. Chu Li glared at him and scoffed. "You're quite loyal." He stepped in front of the bookshelf and took out a thick scripture book. He flipped through it and saw that it was the scripture of the Great Light Scripture. Chu Li flipped through it and nodded. "I didn't expect him to study the Great Light Scripture." "You." Jiang Hung looked at Chu Li in shock. There were about 100 books on the bookshelf. It was definitely not a fluke to find this book. Chu Li glanced at him. "This book has a strong aura. It's not hard to find it if you're sensitive. This belongs to your bishop, right?" Jiang Hung shook his head and said nothing. Chu Li ignored him and continued to flip through the scripture book. There was ink on it, some horizontal scrolls and narration. It was obvious that the bishop of Azura was studying this Great Light Scripture. If he really understood it, it would be troublesome. Not only would the Great Light Scripture not be able to restrain him, but it could also restrain the cultivator of the Great Light Scripture. Jiang Hung stared at the scripture book with a conflicted expression. Chu Li suddenly stopped. A sentence on the horizontal scroll caught his attention because of the two words Wu City. Wu City was the place where the disciples of the Gazing Star Pavilion were killed, and Wu City was just an inconspicuous little city. Why would the Divine Church of Azura write down Wu City here? Could it be that the Divine Church of Azura's cult master really killed the disciples of the Gazing Star Pavilion? More importantly, how did he know that the disciples of the Stargazing Pavilion would be in Wu City? Chapter 13:15. As he thought about it, his expression changed slightly. Jiang Hung saw the change in his expression and followed suit. Could it be that he found out what was written on the bishop? Chu Li looked up at Jiang Hung and asked, "Do you know where your bishop went?" "I really don't know." Jiang Hung shook his head. Chu Li looked into Jiang Heng's mind through the omniscient mirror. He really did not know where the bishop of the divine church of Azura went. He originally thought that with the all-seeing divine power and the item that the bishop of the divine church of Azura carried, he would be able to find his whereabouts. In reality, he could not sense the bishop of the divine church of Azura. It did not seem like the bishop of the divine church of Azura had died. It was more like a strange force had blocked his divine power. The bishop of the divine church of Azura had a high cultivation level. Azura's energy was connected to the outland and was not in this world. Therefore, the peering technique could not detect their location. However, the peering technique was different from the all-seeing divine power. His peering technique could not detect their location, but the all-seeing divine power could. Therefore, it might not be the bishop of the divine church of Azura. There might be external help, treasures, or masters. Chu Li frowned and thought for a moment. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, continue cultivating." He turned around and fluttered away from the peak. He used his light body technique and ran to the bottom of Falling Star Peak. Falling Star Peak was protected by a formation. The dense fog prevented people from getting close. He stood outside the fog and closed fist saluted. Priest of the Holy Church of Light, Zhao De, is here to visit Stargazing Pavilion. His voice was loud and clear, spreading far and wide, lingering around Falling Star Peak without dissipating. After a while, two young men in blue shirts suddenly appeared in front of Chu Li and stared at him coldly. Chu Li closed fist saluted. "I am Zhao De. May I enter the pavilion to meet Pavilion Leader Zhu of Stargazing Pavilion? You are from the Holy Church of Light." "Yes." "Then you cannot enter." The two men crossed their arms and looked at him coldly. "Why is that?" Chu Li frowned and said, "Is this how the Stargazing Pavilion treats its guests? Isn't it beneath the magnanimity of the 8 major sects? What kind of magnanimity is there to speak of with the people who killed our fellow disciples?" One of the young men said coldly, "The Holy Church of Light doesn't have to be so arrogant. We will never forgive you." "Let's not talk about whether I'll forgive you or not. As a Holy Church of Light priest, do I not have the right to meet Pavilion Leader Zhu? Pavilion Master is in secluded cultivation, comprehending the Tao of heavenly deity. We can't disturb him. What about the Guardian? The two protectors are not in the pavilion. They went out to handle some matters. What about the 4-star ambassadors?" Chu Li asked. He knew the authority of the Stargazing Pavilion. Below the Pavilion Master was the Protector. Below the Protector were the 4 directions Stargazing Envoys, and there were no positions below the Stargazing Envoys. "The 4 Stargazers have fallen." The young man snorted coldly. "But the Stargazers might not want to see you." No matter how good Chu Li's temper was, he was still a little annoyed. These people were too arrogant, and it was really infuriating. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and said, "You're forcing me to hit you. Let's see if you have the guts." The two of them crossed their arms and looked at him from the corner of their eyes. They sneered, thinking that he would not dare to act recklessly. This was the Stargazing Pavilion after all. No matter how arrogant the Holy Church of Light was, they could only be arrogant in the Li dynasty. They had to behave themselves in the Fu dynasty. Chu Li suddenly swung his arm. Slap, slap. 2 crisp slaps were heard. The 2 young men covered their faces in disbelief and widened their eyes. Chu Li scoffed. "Again? Gather? Ironwood Emperor inlay? Play? How dare you?" The 2 men roared and pounced on him. Bang, bang. Chu Li kicked twice, and the 2 men were sent flying. They each crashed into a tree, and with a muffled sound, leaves rustled from the tree. The 2 men fell limply under the tree roots, feeling even more incredulous. Chu Li scoffed. "Their martial arts are weak, but they talk big. Are these the disciples of Stargazing Pavilion?" "You." The 2 men gritted their teeth, but did not say anything. They did not expect Chu Li's cultivation level to be so high. They had been thinking of ways to provoke him and were actually prepared for Chu Li's sudden attack. They did not expect that even though they were careful, they still could not defend themselves. Chu Li continued, "Does Stargazing Pavilion really think that the Holy Church of Light is so easily bullied? How dare you be so arrogant in Stargazing Pavilion?" One of the young men gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Aren't you afraid that we will attack the Holy Church of Light?" Chuli shook his head. "Haven't you already made up your mind to attack us? The pavilion leader has not come out of isolated cultivation, so nothing has been decided." The young man scoffed. "But you killed our fellow disciples. We can't just let it go." Chuli said, "Stargazing Pavilion is really capable. Your disciples are obviously not dead, but you pretended to be dead. Are you looking for an excuse to attack us?" The two men's faces darkened. They were confused and angry. "Looking for an excuse?" Chuli said, "Your 4 fellow disciples are not dead at all." He was a little disappointed. These two men did not know what was going on and did not manage to trick them. When he saw the book of the Bishop of the Divine Church of Azura, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought that the 4 disciples of Stargazing Pavilion who died in Wu Town might not really be disciples of Stargazing Pavilion. Why were the heads of the corpses missing? The usual thought was that they could not be revived, but from another perspective, could it be that they were trying to hide their identities? They would definitely know if they were really disciples of Stargazing Pavilion. After they arrived at Wu Town, they did not do anything and left immediately. It could be a bluff, or because the dead were not their disciples, so they could not be bothered. However, if they were really disciples of Stargazing Pavilion, it meant that there was a conspiracy. Someone was secretly plotting against the Holy Church of Light and Stargazing Pavilion. He wanted to make it clear, but Stargazing Pavilion refused to let him in. This made him extremely angry, so he directly attacked. The 2 disciples of Stargazing Pavilion frowned and looked at each other doubtfully. "Senior brother, they are really not dead?" Chuli scoffed. "You will know once you go in and report." "All right, just you wait." The 2 did not care about revenge. Their attention was completely attracted by Chuli's words, so they quickly turned around and went back. After a while, a young man in a blue shirt appeared again. He said coldly, "Follow me. Star Envoy Yang Guan wants to see you." Chuli scoffed. "Lead the way." The young man in a blue shirt stared at him coldly, turned around, and walked inside. Chuli followed closely behind. Chuli was already familiar with this place, so he went straight to a cave. It was the cave that he had been to before, and he saw Yang Tianji sitting by the ice table. Yang Tianji sat by the table lazily and looked at him from head to toe. He shook his head. "The Holy Church of Light really has a few talents. Speak. If you have anything to say, just say it." "I'm listening." Chuli said, "The 4 people who died in Wu Town were not disciples of Stargazing Pavilion." "How do you know?" Yang Tianji asked. Chuli scoffed. "Intuition." Yang Tianji chuckled and said lazily, "You really dare to dream." Chuli said, "I also know that you have subdued the Bishop of the Divine Church of Azura. That's wishful thinking." Yang Tianji's face darkened. Chapter 13:16. Chuli shook his head. "Stargazing Pavilion is one of the 8 major sections." "I don't think so." "You're courting death," Yang Tianji yelled and suddenly struck with his palm. At first glance, it looked like nothing out of the ordinary, but Chuli's omniscient mirror saw a ball of starlight falling from the sky and condensing in his palm. The blue light flashed and condensed into a dark blue diamond that shot towards him. Without the omniscient mirror, he could see with his eyes that the palm energy was still invisible. He could not even feel the palm energy approaching him. He knew that this was Stargazing Pavilion's minor star palm energy. It was one of the divine techniques of Stargazing Pavilion and was said to be exceptionally powerful. Chuli struck with his divine light fist. Bang! The 2 fists collided like 2 rocks colliding, emitting a dull explosive sound, carrying with it a soul-stirring power. "Not bad." Yang Tianji snorted coldly and struck out with his palm again. Chuli did not back down and struck with his divine light fist. He felt the minor star palm energy penetrating his body. It was solid and pure, trying to penetrate his organs and destroy them. However, it was converted by the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture and integrated into his body. This solid and pure palm energy was of the same origin as the Heavenly Heart technique, so it was easy to convert. Bang! An even louder sound rang out, and Yang Tianji took a step back. Chu Li took another step forward and struck again. Bang, 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 bang. Chu Li struck 10 times in a row. In the beginning, Yang Tianji was still able to fight evenly with Chu Li. However, as time went on, he began to retreat. Even though the blue radiance between his palms was flashing and the dark blue brilliance was becoming more and more concentrated, Chu Li's divine light fist was always stronger than his, and he was being pressured to the point where he could not breathe. Chu Li suddenly retracted his fist. Yang Tianji had already retreated to the ice wall, and there was nowhere to retreat. Can we talk properly now? Chu Li said calmly. All right, you finally have a right to talk to me. Yang Tianji nodded. He looked calm and did not look defeated at all. It was as if he was testing Chu Li's cultivation level, which made people suspect that he did not use his full strength. Chu Li knew that he did not use his full strength. He could sense that his opponent did not have the intention to fight to the death. His hostility towards the Holy Church of Light was not that strong, and he did not have any killing intent. This is a good thing. Chu Li said, Stargazer Yang, you should know that we tamed Azura. Indeed. Yang Tianji said calmly. The Azuras are wild and hard to tame, and they never submit to anyone. The only reason they can be tamed is because of your great light scripture. The scripture does have some power. Chu Li calmly said, Those 4 who died were killed by the bishop of the Divine Church of Azura. How so? Of course, we're confident in this. Chu Li said, I won't speak without thinking. He didn't kill those 4 people on the spur of the moment. It was premeditated, and your accomplices are most likely you, not us. Yang Tianji said flatly. Chu Li frowned as he stared at him. His instincts told him that he was telling the truth. If it's not you, then it must be someone else. Chu Li pondered. The 4 people who died weren't your disciples, right? No. Yang Tianji shook his head lightly. Chu Li rubbed his chin and muttered, That's strange. According to my previous speculation, you might have deliberately found an excuse to start a war against the Holy Church of Light, or perhaps someone was trying to sow discord between us. However, if your disciple is not dead, then the sowing of discord is not valid. Could it be that my speculation is wrong? Yang Tianji said solemnly, You guessed wrong. Chu Li frowned at him. Yang Tianji said, The lives of our stargazing pavilion disciples were originally in danger, but they had star talismans that could save them. They sensed danger and escaped in advance. Those 4 corpses are not our disciples, but someone really wanted to kill our disciples. Then someone is trying to sow discord. Chu Li frowned. Are the disciples of Stargazing Pavilion really not dead? Yang Tianji nodded. They are safe and sound. Chu Li smiled bitterly. He immediately realized that they were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring, and it frightened him. The disciple of the Stargazing Pavilion was not dead. He came over to collect the 4 corpses, presumably to investigate. In the end, Sun Mingyue and he thought that the Stargazing Pavilion was harboring murderous intentions and did not want to waste any more time, so they asked him to come over. It turned out to be a false alarm. Yang Tianji looked at him with a faint smile. He had obviously seen through everything, and his face was full of mockery. Chu Li said solemnly, Then can the pavilion find the bishop of the Divine Church of Azura? Why are you looking for him? This matter has something to do with him. The murderer is most likely him. Chu Li shook his head. Find him and find out who ordered it. What if there is no one else, and he is trying to sow discord? Yang Tianji said disapprovingly, He has the guts to do so. Chu Li frowned. My intuition is that there is someone behind this, and I'm afraid the target is the Stargazing Pavilion. Yang Tianji said calmly, Why do you think so? Chu Li said, The person who dares to kill the disciples of the Stargazing Pavilion is definitely not an ordinary sect. The Stargazing Pavilion is a divine strategist to be able to find out in the end, so their strength must be on par with yours, and they are not afraid of your sect's revenge. That makes sense. Yang Tianji nodded. Chu Li pondered and said, If our 2 sects were to fight, even if the Stargazing Pavilion is strong, the Holy Church of Light is not completely defenseless. Even if we can achieve a lose-lose situation, we will still hurt you. At this time, who will benefit the most? Well, Yang Tianji did not say anything. Everyone, the 7 major sects, could be involved. The 8 major sects were in conflict with each other, and they were constantly fighting with each other. If one were to say who wanted to destroy the stargazing pavilion the most, it would be the other 7 sections. Chu Li said, "Then we can only find the bishop of the Divine Church of Azura." "All right, I will think of a way." Yang Tianji felt that what Chu Li said was not unreasonable. Chu Li smiled and said, "Don't tell me he is in the hands of the stargazing pavilion." Yang Tianji stared at him coldly. The stargazing pavilion would not play such petty tricks. Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Chu Li Fist saluted and smiled. "If that is the case, can our 2 sects reconcile?" Yang Tianji laughed out loud and shook his head. "You were able to stop in time this time. At least you were tactful. We did not plan to do anything to you." Chu Li suppressed his anger. Fist saluted and smiled. "If that is the case, I will take my leave. I will not see you out." Yang Tianji smiled. Chu Li turned around and walked out. He felt dejected and was filled with anger. Yang Tianji squinted his eyes and stared at Chu Li. He looked up at the sky and observed the weather. In the end, he frowned and shook his head. He could not see through Chu Li's background. A young man in a blue shirt floated in. "Masters Jr., do you want to kill him?" He had a slender body and a jade-like face. His expression was calm and composed. Yang Tianji shook his head. "Can you take him down?" "Yes." The young man in a blue shirt nodded. Yang Tianji pondered for a moment and finally shook his head. "Forget it. Ignore him for now. Capture the bishop of the Divine Church of Azura." "Yes." The young man Fist saluted and left. Chu Li was led out of Meteorite Peak by a young man in a blue shirt. He did not see the 2 people from the Liang Shan faction. He had a sudden thought and faintly felt that they were safe and sound. It seemed that he had changed their fates. Just as he was 10 miles away from Meteorite Peak, he suddenly stopped. Chapter 13-17. Chu Li sized him up and Fist saluted. "May I know what business you have here?" "Xiao De." The handsome young man replied. "The Holy Church of Light's priest. Am I right?" Chu Li nodded. "That's me. It's not easy to become a priest at such a young age. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have come to Stargazing Pavilion to act so presumptuously." The handsome young man said coldly, "Remember my name? Li Xinghe." Without waiting for Chu Li to reply, he launched a palm strike. Both of them were about 6 meters apart. As soon as the palm strike was launched, the palm energy reached Chu Li's chest. Bam! Chu Li countered with his divine light fist and stood firmly on the spot. The surrounding sand suddenly rose, and the thick and soft pine needles on the ground were rolled up, fluttering in the air. Chu Li frowned as he looked at Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe's cultivation level was higher than Yang Tianji's and was only slightly inferior to Chu Li. If Chu Li did not show his true abilities, he might not be able to suppress him. After all, Stargazing Pavilion's martial arts were much more powerful. Li Xinghe scoffed. "You're quite capable." He was slightly shocked by Chu Li's strength. He thought it would be a piece of cake, but it seemed like it was impossible now. Chu Li asked, "What are you trying to do?" "I'm just teaching you a lesson." "Don't worry, I won't kill you," Li Xinghe replied. As he spoke, he launched another palm strike. Chu Li countered with his divine light fist, and neither of them took a step back. Li Xinghe scoffed and launched another palm strike. Chu Li countered with a fist and scoffed. "You must be bored." "That's right," Li Xinghe said. "The Holy Church of Light has been getting more and more arrogant these past few years. It's time to teach you a lesson. Unfortunately, Master's uncle and the others prefer stability and don't want to advance. They don't want to teach you a lesson." Bam, bam, bam. Both of them continued to exchange blows as they spoke. Chu Li said, "Young Master Li, are you looking down on the Holy Church of Light?" "Should I look down on the Holy Church of Light?" Li Xinghe sneered and shook his head. "You're just a bunch of monkeys who call themselves kings when there are no tigers in the mountains." Chu Li said with a faint smile, "The Stargazing Pavilion is indeed powerful, but we're not made of clay. If we really fight to the death, it's hard to say who will emerge victorious. Huh. Li Xinghe guffawed. You really have the guts to say something like that. Don't you feel ashamed? Chu Li said, if the stargazing pavilion is so powerful, why couldn't you capture the bishop of the divine church of Azura? Taking him down is as easy as flipping my hand. I want to deal with you first before dealing with him. Li Xinghe said indifferently. Do you think we can't do anything to him just because he's an Azura? Chu Li nodded slowly. Your stargazing pavilion can't do anything to him. You can't find him. Li Xinghe sneered. Ridiculous. Chu Li said. This bishop of the divine church of Azura is no ordinary person. It's very likely that someone is helping him. You don't have to brag. You'll know once you try. Bang bang. The two of them exchange a punch and a palm once again. Li Xinghe frowned and grunted. What do you mean by that? Chu Li said, don't think that the stargazing pavilion is the only one with the ability to predict. You can give it a try if you don't believe me. Li Xinghe suddenly glided backward and turned his head to look at the two elders who had appeared out of nowhere. Chu Li frowned too. The two elders' light body technique was outstanding. They were as fast as lightning and appeared in front of him in an instant. Their bodies were surging with murderous intent. It was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. More importantly, they were full of vigor. Through the omniscient mirror, their vigor was like a ball of flame that shrouded their bodies. Chu Li knew the identity of the two elders at first glance. They were from the Church of the Divine Blood. He turned his head to look behind him and saw four elders staring at him with a sinister look. Chu Li looked at Li Xinghe. Young Master Li, have you made it this far? Li Xinghe said with a gloomy expression. The Church of the Divine Blood is getting more and more insolent. Chu Li said, they're here to kill you, right? That's right. Li Xinghe said calmly, but you can't escape either. The rule of the Church of the Divine Blood is to leave no one alive. He turned his head to glare at one of the elders. You guys finally couldn't take it anymore. The elder had a plump figure and a round and small face. He grinned and said, Li Xinghe, we finally caught you today. Could it be that all of this is your scheme? Li Xinghe said calmly. Yes, we initially wanted to reap the benefits when you guys fight. We didn't expect the stargazing pavilion to be so soft and not fight. The plump elder shook his head and said with a smile, then we can only light another fire and kill you. Do you think the stargazing pavilion will tolerate this? How arrogant. Kill me? Li Xinghe looked askance at him in disdain. With a few pieces of trash like you, we're more than enough to kill you. The plump elder shook his head and smiled. You're too arrogant. You wouldn't have fallen for it if you had foretold it. What a pity, what a pity. You're asking for it. What a joke. Li Xinghe took out a jade pendant and suddenly peeled it off. A white light flashed, and he instantly disappeared. The round-faced elder's expression changed. He quickly looked around, but Li Xinghe was nowhere to be seen. Chu Li was secretly surprised. He did not expect Li Xinghe to have such an ability. This must be their treasure for escaping. He disappeared without hesitation and appeared deep in the forest in the next moment. Chi! A crisp whistling sound could be heard as Zhao De suddenly dodged to the side and evaded the finger force. After that, he disappeared from his original spot once again and fled into the distance. He was now Zhao De, and he could not expose his god's limbs. Hence, he could only use the divine light body to escape. Chi, 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 chi. Several finger forces shot out at the same time and sealed off all his escape routes. He waved his hands as he moved. Ding, ding. The flying blades were shot down in the air and flew back, giving Chu Li a chance to catch his breath. Chu Li's two blades had blocked two finger forces. Without them, he would not have been able to avoid the finger forces. They were dense and precise, sealing off all his escape routes. Chi, 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 chi. The continuous finger forces enveloped him again. Chu Li frowned. If this went on, he would not be able to escape from their finger forces. The six men's light body technique was not inferior to his. They chased closely behind him and attacked. Moreover, the finger forces were powerful and could shoot very far. Chu Li could only dodge to the side and could not escape. These finger forces gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He could not simply come into contact with them, as his life would be in danger. He cursed Li Xinghe. Was this guy trying to get someone else to do his dirty work? Boom boom. Chu Li released two divine light fists, which collided with the finger forces. A dull sound was heard, giving him a chance to catch his breath. He realized that his divine light fists were able to block the finger forces. Boom boom boom. The sound was endless. Chu Li was fighting against 6 people on his own. His divine light fists collided with the continuous finger forces. He retreated as he fought. The 6 elders closed in on him and did not give him a chance to escape. Was the Church of the Divine Blood behind the incident in Liwu City? Chu Li asked. Haha, you're still thinking about this even at death's door. Interesting. The round-faced elder laughed. Chu Li asked, did you guys bribe the bishop of the Divine Church of Azura? We didn't bribe him. We worked together. The round-faced elder laughed. However, it's useless for you to know this. Die. Chapter 13:18. Chu Li nodded. Looks like you've been planning this for a long time. Are you planning to go against the Holy Church of Light? That's right. The chubby elder laughed. His 5 fingers moved as if he was playing a zither. His short and thick fingers had a sense of elegance. 5 finger energies were released at the same time and were shockingly sharp. One touch will be dangerous. Chu Li had not experienced the Church of the Divine Blood's Blood God's finger technique before because it was not something that could be cultivated by ordinary people. One could only start cultivating the Blood Garment Divine Power at the 8th level. These 6 people were the top masters of the Church of the Divine Blood. The power of the Blood God's finger was amazing. He looked through the omniscient mirror and saw that each finger energy was burning red like a flame. The Holy Church of Light didn't offend you, did they? Chu Li shouted as he dodged. Ha! The 6 people laughed. Chu Li scoffed. What's so funny? You're an adult, but you're still as naive as a child. The chubby elder laughed. Do you think we'll only attack if we're offended? Chu Li said, you can't just attack whoever you want and do whatever you want without any reason, right? Of course we have a reason. The chubby elder laughed. But this reason is not because of grudges, but because of benefits. You have a grudge against the stargazing pavilion, and you're strong enough to hurt them. Just because you're strong enough, you want to attack us. Chu Li shouted coldly as he dodged dozens of finger energies. Ha! That's right. The chubby elder laughed and nodded. Chu Li's expression became gloomier, and he sneered. What a Church of the Divine Blood! How unscrupulous! Do you think that the Holy Church of Light is the only one in the Li dynasty that can compete with the 8 major sects of the Fu dynasty? The chubby elder shook his head. You're really naive, Chu Li sneered. The Holy Church of Light is not inferior to the Church of the Divine Blood. When he first joined the Holy Church of Light, he wanted to kill others with a borrowed knife. He wanted others to injure or destroy the Holy Church of Light. Now, he slowly changed his mind. Times changed, and he had a bigger ambition. He wanted to subdue the Holy Church of Light for his own use. As he vaguely regarded the Holy Church of Light as his own property, he was a little annoyed when others looked down on it. Ha! The tiny Holy Church of Light wants to compare with our Church of God? The round-faced old man laughed even more wildly, as if he had heard something funny. He shook his head and said, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chu Li suddenly shouted, Duo! The movements of the 6 men paused for a moment. They did not expect Chu Li to use the musical assassination technique. Their internal organs seemed to tumble and their blood flow stagnated. Chu Li appeared in front of the round-faced elder in a flash. Taking advantage of the elder's pause, his fist force landed solidly on his chest. Bang! The round-faced old man flew out in a straight line as if he'd been hit by a giant tree. After knocking down 2 pine trees, he was blocked by a 3rd pine tree. The round-faced old man was embedded in the middle of the 3rd pine tree. He opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of blood mist. The other 5 elders roared and pounced on Chu Li. They had initially thought that killing Chu Li would be a piece of cake, but they had almost lost their lives. Chu Li was already 100 feet away and out of the range of the finger force. He sneered, The Church of the Divine Blood is nothing more than this. The round-faced old man's face was flushed as if he was drunk. He twisted his shoulders and body like a flying snake rising into the sky. He broke free from the pine tree's restraint and shot toward Chu Li. His speed was 2 times faster than before he was injured. In an instant, he arrived in front of Chu Li and attacked with his palm. His right palm was crystal clear and warm. There was a faint blush on it, as if a thin layer of rouge was applied to a piece of white jade. It was beautiful and enchanting, so people could not help but stare at it and be unable to look away. Divine blood, devouring palm. Chu Li scoffed and countered with his fist without showing any weakness. Bang! When their fists and palms collided, a strange muffled sound was heard. Chu Li felt a strange force penetrating his body like a mist. The blood flow in his body seemed to be boiling, but it was immediately calmed down. The Mahavarokana's immobility scripture had made his blood flow as solid as a rock and was not affected by external factors. The round-faced old man frowned at him and attacked again. His palm was still like a piece of white jade with rouge, beautiful and enchanting. Chu Li faced it again. Bang, 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 bang. The two of them exchanged more than 10 palms in a row. Chu Li's expression did not change, but the round-faced old man's face became redder. Chu Li chuckled and said, "Divine blood-devouring palm is just so." The other 5 elders had already surrounded Chu Li. Initially, they were just there to watch the show. They wanted to see Chu Li turn into a skeleton under the blood-devouring divine palm and have his flesh and blood destroyed. They did not expect Chu Li to be so difficult to deal with that the blood-devouring divine palm was ineffective. Chu Li said as he punched, "What else does the Church of the Divine Blood have? Show me." The round-faced old man gritted his teeth and attacked with a divine blood-devouring palm. When Chu Li punched, he suddenly withdrew his palm. Bang! A strange muffled sound was heard. The round-faced old man took the hit squarely. Not only did he not retreat, but he also turned into a shadow and crashed into Chu Li. Bang! Chu Li was sent flying. The blood flow in his body was boiling and surging. He could not help but want to break free from the round-faced old man's control. Chu Li formed a mudra with his hands and shouted, "Moo!" The blood flow in his body calmed down again. He landed on a treetop lightly and shook his head while laughing. "That's all you've got. Goodbye." The treetop trembled as he turned into a shadow and shot into the distance. "Go after him." The 6 old men pursued him ferociously. Chu Li's speed increased as if he was riding the wind. He had already switched to the Heavenly Heart technique to activate his light body technique, which increased his speed by 20%. In just a short while, he had widened the distance between him and the 6 old men. He flew 100 miles in one go before switching to the Divine Light technique. He slowed down and looked up at the treetop in front of him with a frown. Li Xinghe was standing on the treetop. His blue robe fluttered in the wind like a jade tree standing in the wind. He looked indescribably elegant. "Congratulations, Brother Zhao." Li Xinghe smiled and gave a fist salute. "You're quite capable to be able to escape from the 6 of them." Chu Li's expression turned gloomy. "You're trying to get someone else to do your dirty work, aren't you? I'm sure you'll be able to escape from them." Li Xinghe shook his head and smiled. "The old men from the Church of the Divine Blood are ruthless. Let me remind you to be careful of their blood god disintegration technique." Chu Li asked, "What martial art did you use earlier?" "That's our unique secret skill, the shifting stars," Li Xinghe said. "You can forget about it. It's impossible for you to learn it." Chu Li said, "The shifting stars is God's limbs, right?" "God's limbs is nothing," Li Xinghe said disdainfully. "How many people in the world can cultivate God's limbs? It's impossible to cultivate it without great luck. Our shifting stars is different." Chu Li said, "You're haunting me. What exactly do you want?" "It's a good thing," Li Xinghe replied. Chu Li looked at him in silence. Li Xinghe smiled. "How about a collaboration between our sects?" "Collaboration?" Chu Li frowned. "Against the Church of the Divine Blood?" Chapter 13:19. Chu Li shook his head. What's in it for us to work together? You should know that the Church of Divine Blood is one of the 8 major sections. Will vanish if they move a finger. You're too humble. The Holy Church of Light isn't that weak. Li Xinghe shook his head. If you're that weak, why would I work with you? Chu Li said, no matter what, the Stargazing Pavilion isn't afraid of the Church of Divine Blood, but the Holy Church of Light isn't. It's best not to provoke them. You have no other choice now. You can either be eliminated by the Church of Divine Blood or work with us and risk your lives. Li Xinghe shook his head. You can only choose one. The Church of Divine Blood has their eyes on you. You can't escape. Chu Li said, their target is the Stargazing Pavilion. We'll be able to escape if we cut ties with you. After all, the Holy Church of Light isn't a pushover. They'll lose a few teeth even if they want to swallow us, which will give you an opportunity. Moreover, the Church of Divine Blood has many enemies. They won't let go of the chance to kick you when you're down. That's why they have their concerns. The Church of Divine Blood is bloodthirsty like wolves, Li Xinghe said. Do you think they'll weigh the pros and cons? They wouldn't be the Church of Divine Blood if that's the case. They're impulsive and hot-headed. They won't care about these things. They'll eliminate you first. Chu Li said, young Master Li, your so-called cooperation is just for us to be the vanguard to wear them down. What's wrong with that? Li Xinghe said, do you think you can stop fighting the Church of Divine Blood if you don't cooperate with us? Since they're targeting the Holy Church of Light, they won't stop until they eliminate the Church of Light. Chu Li frowned at him. You're exaggerating. You should know if I'm exaggerating, Li Xinghe said. Chu Li shook his head. Forget it. I'm only a priest, not the saint. These words are useless to me. You can look for the saint. Li Xinghe said, pass these words to the saint. Let her think about it. I'll look for the saint later. How can we cooperate if she agrees? Chu Li asked. Li Xinghe said, we can predict their movements. If we inform you in time, we might even be able to lend you a hand. Chu Li frowned. Why don't the Stargazing Pavilion attack directly if you can predict their actions? You should understand, Li Xinghe said with a faint smile. Chu Li scoffed. You have the threat of the 7 major sects, but we also have the threat of the 3 major sections. That's why we'll each carry out our duties. You'll be responsible for the experts of the Divine Blood Church in the Li Dynasty, and will be responsible for those in the Fu Dynasty, Li Xinghe said. No matter how powerful the Holy Church of Light was, they would become public enemies if they entered the Fu Dynasty, so they could not enter the Fu Dynasty. Chu Li replied, I'll report this to the saint. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Li Xinghe cupped his fists and said with a smile, let me remind you that they will be able to pursue you. Chu Li smiled faintly. Li Xinghe said, the Divine Blood Church has a secret technique called the snow-seeking plum blossom treading technique that allows them to track their opponents through their blood essence. You won't be able to shake them off if you fight them, and they will definitely catch up to you. That's why the Divine Blood Church is so terrifying. All right, I understand, Chu Li said calmly. I'd like to see what they're capable of. You can't beat them. Just run for your life, said Li Xinghe. Then, he cupped his fists and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Chu Li frowned as he pondered over Li Xinghe's words. To them, the Holy Church of Light was only a slightly powerful sect. They would not take them seriously at all. Were they really sincere in cooperating with the Holy Church of Light? As for the snow-seeking plum blossom treading technique from the Divine Blood Church, he did not care. By the time they caught up to him, he would already be at the Divine Light Basilica. As soon as he thought about it, he glided away and activated the Heavenly Heart Technique, increasing his speed. The 9th level of the Heavenly Heart Technique was rich and pure, allowing him to recover extremely quickly. It was enough for him to use his light body technique. As long as his body could take it, he could continue running without rest. The 6 masters from the Divine Blood Church were hot on his trail. In the end, Chu Li did not stop to rest. He did not eat, drink, or sleep. He ran all the way back to the Great Light Peak and arrived at the Divine Light Basilica. The Divine Light Basilica was as warm as spring. The midday sun shone outside the basilica, making the interior of the basilica bright and gentle. Sun Mingwe had taken off her white veil, revealing her beautiful face. She was pressing on a long desk and frowning as she stared at him. Cooperate with the stargazing pavilion? Chu Li nodded. That's what Li Xinghe suggested. What do you think? Sun Mingwei furrowed her brows and asked thoughtfully. Chu Li avoided the topic and said, we'll have to teach them a lesson first and make them retreat. Otherwise, we'll be in endless trouble if they don't let it go. The Church of the Divine Blood. Sun Mingyue's beautiful face was like a flawless white jade. She stood up and left the armchair. She walked to the long desk and paced back and forth with her hands behind her back. She was deep in thought. Chu Li stared at her beautiful face and guessed that she would eventually agree. She was unwilling to be left out. After pacing back and forth with her hand behind her back, Sun Mingyue suddenly stopped and stared at him. She slowly said, Zhao De, you're priest now. Do you think we should cooperate? Chu Li slowly said, there's no other choice. We can only cooperate with the stargazing pavilion. Otherwise, the Holy Church of Light will be doomed. Let's hurt the Church of the Divine Blood first, so that they'll have second thoughts. Isn't that safer? Sun Mingyue said. Chu Li shook his head. It'll be safer for other sects to do this, but the Church of the Divine Blood is different. They don't take us seriously. They see us as fat sheep and wolves. They won't let us go. Would they dare to ignore the threat from the other 7 sects and fight us to the death? Sun Mingyue asked. Chu Li knew that she was testing him, so he put in more effort. The Church of the Divine Blood thinks that we're not worth mentioning. If we offend them, they'll feel that their dignity has been violated. They'll definitely fight us to the death. We're powerful enough. Will they still fight us? They will. Are they really not afraid of the 7 sects? These people are crazy. Even if we severely injure them, the other 7 sects might not dare to attack us. Chu Li said, they usually use the blood god's disintegration technique that destroys indiscriminately. It's so powerful that it's almost impossible to escape. Therefore, they're like trapped beasts. Once provoked, they'll perish together. The 7 sects will be wary of the other 6 sects and won't dare to act recklessly. If that's the case, no one dares to provoke the Church of the Divine Blood. No one wants to provoke a lunatic. Chu Li said, otherwise, the stargazing pavilion won't cooperate with us. The 8 sects of the Fu dynasty and the martial arts world have never taken the Holy Church seriously. Sun Mingyue said, if that's the case, we can only cooperate. Chu Li sighed and nodded helplessly. We have no other choice. All right, we'll cooperate. Sun Mingyue said. Chu Li smiled. His words were exactly what she wanted. She had already made up her mind. Chapter 1320. Just as both of them were determined to work together, Du Ying's voice was heard from outside. Saint, there's a young master Li Xinghe at the foot of the mountain who wishes to see you. Chu Li frowned. He's quite fast. Sun Mingyue said, invite him in. Yes. Du Ying responded and left. This Li Xinghe is a powerful figure, isn't he? Sun Mingyue gracefully sat behind the long table and put on a white veil to cover her beautiful face. Only her limpid eyes could be seen, but they were captivating. Chu Li nodded. He should be the top figure in Stargazing Pavilion. He's young, but has a profound cultivation level. Moreover, he has the divine star shifting technique, which is similar to the saint's light body technique. He seems powerful. Sun Mingyue nodded. Footsteps were heard as Li Xinghe entered the basilica under Du Ying's lead. His blue robe fluttered in the wind as his steps were light and calm. He gave a fist salute. Li Xinghe greets the saint. He gave a fist salute to Chu Li. Brother Zhao, we meet again. Chu Li gave a fist salute without saying a word. Li Xinghe smiled. Has the saint made up her mind? If we're working together, how many masters can Stargazing Pavilion provide? Sun Mingyue asked. I alone am enough. Li Xinghe smiled. Sun Mingyue frowned as her eyes focused. Li Xinghe smiled. You think it's not enough? Sun Mingyue uttered, not enough. Li Xinghe smiled. I know the weakness of the bloody garment divine power. I can predict their movements and predict their movements. With this, can't we deal with the Church of the Divine Blood? If the weakness of the bloody garment divine power is so fatal, the Church of the Divine Blood would have been destroyed. Sun Mingyue said faintly. Therefore, this weakness of yours is irrelevant. You can predict their movements, but in the end, we will still have to attack. You know the strength of the Divine Blood Church. We are no match for them. Even if you join us, it will not help. Chu Li's face darkened. Young Master Li, are you making fun of us? Won't Stargazing Pavilion send more masters? We have no choice. Li Xinghe waved his hand. Stargazing Pavilion will be taking action too. We'll work with you. Sun Mingyue said indifferently. You're trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. While they're dealing with us, you'll raid their nest, right? I do have such a plan. Li Xinghe smiled and said, The Saintess is indeed the Saintess. How intelligent. Sun Mingyue said, All right, but we will only be responsible for keeping them entangled within the borders of the Li dynasty. It will still be up to the Stargazing Pavilion to truly destroy them. The Saintess is wise, Li Xinghe praised. Then let's work together to deal with the Church of the Divine Blood. If they really don't give up and won't stop until they're dead. Sun Mingyue said faintly, Do you want to stay here? I'll have to trouble you to prepare a place for me to stay temporarily, Li Xinghe said. I'll calculate their movements and inform the Holy Maiden immediately if there's any movement. Chu Li coughed softly and said, Saint, let young Master Li stay at my small light peak for the time being. Sun Mingyue nodded slowly and raised her voice. Bring young Master Li to small light peak. Yes. Du Ying responded softly and curtsied at Li Xinghe, indicating that he should follow her. Li Xinghe cupped his fists and bowed before turning around and leaving. Sun Mingyue looked at his back thoughtfully. Chu Li asked, Is there anything wrong? It seems like the battle with the Divine Blood Church is unavoidable, Sun Mingyue said slowly. Chu Li nodded solemnly and sighed. Sun Mingyue glanced at him and said, We can withstand it. Chu Li shook his head. This battle will be very dangerous. It's obvious that the Stargazing Pavilion won't do their best to help us. Their target is the Church of the Divine Blood. The harder we fight with the Church of the Divine Blood, the happier they'll be. I'm just afraid that, Sun Mingyue said, Now that things have come to this, you should know some things. Chu Li perked up. Sun Mingyue said, We have a sect that supports one of the 8 major sects in the Fu dynasty. Chu Li had a look of realization on his face. Which sect? Plain Maiden Palace, Sun Mingyue said calmly. Chu Li slowly nodded. So it's the Plain Maiden Palace. The 8 sects of the Fu dynasty view us like weeds. Why would they support us? Chu Li frowned. Sun Mingyue said, One of my aunts is a disciple of Plain Maiden Palace. I see. Chu Li was surprised. He smiled and said, Will they come to help? They will. Sun Mingyue nodded. Chu Li said, Do you know about Stargazing Pavilion? I don't think we can hide it from them. Sun Mingyue frowned and scoffed. Stargazing Pavilion is the best at spying on people's privacy. There are very few things that can be hidden from them. Does the White Tiger sect also have a sect that supports them? Chu Li frowned. Sun Mingyue slowly nodded. The 4 major sects have some connections with the Fu dynasty. They can more or less find a way to establish a relationship with them. I see. Chu Li nodded. Sun Mingyue said, Plain Maiden Palace will send a master over. Chu Li smiled. Sun Mingyue glanced at him and said, But the masters of Plain Maiden Palace are a little eccentric. You might suffer some grievances when the time comes. Chu Li looked at her doubtfully. Sun Mingyue said, They hate men very much, so it's best that you don't appear in front of them. Even if you do, don't talk to them. You have the right to pretend that you didn't hear anything if they say something nasty. Chu Li frowned. That extreme? In short, for the sake of the bigger picture, you have to bear with it even if you suffer some grievances. Sun Mingyue said, Priest Liu and Priest Fong have good tempers, but you're too impulsive. Don't ruin our plan when the time comes. All right. Chu Li slowly nodded. Sun Mingyue waved her hand. That's settled then. Go to the spirit medicine nursery and rest. Chu Li Fizz saluted and turned to leave. Chu Li refined 2 furnaces of pills in the spirit medicine nursery, and 3 days passed. He was about to refine another furnace of pills when Du Ying fluttered over and called him to the Divine Light Basilica. Inside the Divine Light Basilica, Lu Qingyu and Fang Qingyang were both sitting in a row of armchairs to the right of Sun Mingwei. On the armchairs on the other side, four young girls in green robes sat quietly, their postures elegant and dignified. Chu Li's gaze involuntarily drifted over and sized up the four of them. These four young girls in green robes looked exactly the same, almost as if they were carved from the same mold. Moreover, their height and weight were exactly the same. Chu Li used the omniscient mirror to observe down to the smallest detail, so he could tell that there were some differences, but it was difficult for ordinary people to do so. Chu Li's gaze roamed over their faces, which instantly attracted the four girls' sharp gazes. They all had oval faces, curved eyebrows, cherry lips, and fine noses. Their facial features were exquisite and beautiful, which made them pitiful. However, their gazes were unusually sharp. When they looked over, Chu Li felt as if 8 cold knives were cutting his face. "How dare you?" The young girl in green robes at the end of the line shouted and suddenly slapped him. Chu Li took a step back and deftly avoided the slap. "How dare you?" The young girl in green robes who was second to last shouted and slapped him again. Chu Li took another step back to avoid it. Sun Mingwei coughed softly and said, "Priest Zhao, you're being impolite." Chu Li calmly gave a fist salute. "Greetings, Saint. These four ladies are?" 2 of the young girls in green robes stared at him angrily as their attacks failed. The other 2 young girls looked at him indifferently, their gazes wandering around his body like the tip of a sword, probing him. Chu Li stood there casually, without a single flaw in his body. This made the 2 young girls frown. They did not expect to encounter a swordsmanship master. "Senior Sister Qiu, Senior Sister Dong, he Zhao De, Priest Zhao," Sun Mingwei said. She then said to Chu Li, "The 4 senior sisters of Plain Maiden Palace are here to help. Mei Chunmei, Xiao Mei Qiu, Mei Dong, don't be impolite." Chu Li gave a fist salute. "So, it's the heroines of Plain Maiden Palace. I apologize for my impoliteness." The 4 young girls stared at him without blinking. "Saint, young Master Li is here." Du Ying's voice was heard from outside. Chapter 13:21. "Young Master Li, please come in," Sun Mingwei said lightly. She was secretly angry, but at this time, as the saintess, she could only endure for a moment to avoid spoiling the big plan. Chu Li took a step forward and scoffed. "Master Li, this is not the stargazing pavilion." A blue shadow flashed, and Li Xinghe appeared in the hall. He cupped his fists at Sun Mingwei and chuckled. "Saintess, please don't take offense if I've been rude. I've always been like this, and I can't get rid of this habit even in the stargazing pavilion." He then looked at the 4 ladies of the Plain Maiden Palace and clasped his fists. "Ladies, I, Li Xinghe, pay my respects, as expected of a disciple of the Plain Maiden Palace. It's no exaggeration to say that you are an outstanding beauty." Mei Chun and the other girls stared at him coldly. "Lecture," Xiaodong scoffed coldly. Suddenly, he swung his palm in the same manner as he had done to Chu Li. Li Xinghe extended his palm and gave a light slap, silently dissipating the palm force, displaying his fine control over inner force. Xia, Chun, and the other 3 girls squinted their eyes as their hearts turned cold. Li Xinghe didn't even look at Chu Li. He spoke to Sun Mingwei and then to Mei Chun and the other 3 ladies, completely ignoring Chu Li. He also ignored Fang Qingyang and Lu Qingyu. As soon as he stepped into the Light Palace, he suppressed the limelight of Chu Li and the other 2 men. His actions were elegant and graceful, and his actions were calm and at ease. He had the demeanor of a famous person, causing Chu Li and the other 2 to lose their splendor. Sun Mingwei nodded and said, "Mr. Li, you came at the right time. The 4 senior sisters from the Plain Maiden Palace came to help. Do you think the masters from the Divine Blood Church have entered the Li dynasty? They're already lying in ambush near the Great Light Peak. They're preparing to deal with the disciples of the Holy Church of Light. It's best if we act as soon as possible so that the disciples of the Holy Church of Light won't be harmed." Li Xinghe said seriously. "Can you accurately calculate their location?" Sun Mingwei asked seriously. "Of course." Li Xinghe smiled and revealed a proud expression. I'll lead the way. Everyone, let's go together. Thank you, young Masterly, Sun Mingwe said. Li Xinghe stood up and walked out. Sun Mingwe got up and walked down the stairs. She arrived in front of Mei Chun and the other three girls. She extended her hand in invitation. The four women stood up gracefully and walked out with Sun Mingwe. Chu Li and the other two were the last to leave. Fang Qingyang gave Chu Li a look, signaling him to calm down and bear with it. Chu Li took a deep breath and nodded slowly. If he couldn't control himself now, he would be ignoring the bigger picture. No matter how much Sun Mingwe tolerated him, she wouldn't let him off easily. Li Xinghe had made use of this point to humiliate him. This debt could be settled in the future. Chu Li secretly thought about how he could find an opportunity to teach Li Xinghe a lesson and let him know how powerful he was. However, they were currently in a period of cooperation, so he needed Li Xinghe to predict and could not make a move. The 9 of them glided down the Great Light Peak and ran for hundreds of miles before they stopped in front of a peach blossom forest. Li Xinghe turned his head and said, "Saintess, there are 6 of them. If we go over with so many people, they will probably run away." Sun Mingwe looked at him with a frown. Chu Li said, "The masters from the Church of the Divine Blood are very brave. They won't run away. There's no harm in being careful." Li Xinghe didn't even look at him as he continued to look at Sun Mingwe. "Actually, it's best to send someone over first to lure them into making a move before we rush over." Chu Li did not wait for him to point out who it was. Instead, he said, "Saint, I'm afraid it's the 6 fellows who were chasing after me. I'll go and keep them busy." Sun Mingwe looked at Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe chuckled and said, "They're the 6 masters who were chasing after Brother Zhao earlier. Can Brother Zhao handle them alone? Don't hurt yourself." Chu Li smiled faintly. "I really can't do it alone. Young Masterly, let's go together." "Me?" Li Xinghe was stunned. Chu Li said, "When I was dealing with them with young Masterly earlier, young Masterly escaped first and left me behind to bring up the rear. You won't run away this time and leave me behind, will you?" All right. Then we'll deal with these 6 fellows for a while. You guys can come later." Li Xinghe noticed that Sun Mingwe's gaze was strange. He coughed softly and said, "Everyone, you must be careful of these people. Be especially careful of the Blood God's disintegration technique." Chu Li said, "Young Masterly, please lead the way." Li Xinghe smiled at Sun Mingwe and the 4 women before he turned around and left. "Follow me." Chu Li followed Li Xinghe and rushed out. Lu Chenyu smiled. This young Masterly from Stargazing Pavilion is quite capable, but he's still young. Fang Qingyang shook his head. He could not stand Li Xinghe and smiled. Given Priest Zhao's temper, it's rare for him to be able to hold it in. Sun Mingwe glared at the 2 of them. Mei Chun and the other 3 women did not even look at them. Lu Chenyu and Fang Qingyang understood Sun Mingwe's gaze and quickly shut their mouths. Fang Qingyang said, "Saint, Priest Lu and I will go too." "All right, go ahead." Sun Mingwe waved her hand. The 2 of them rushed out and chased after Li Xinghe and Chu Li. They soon caught up to them. Chu Li did not reject them when he saw that they were following him. He told them in a low voice about the Church of the Divine Blood's master's techniques, especially the Blood God's finger, and how they should deal with it. As soon as the 4 of them walked out of the peach blossom forest, a whistling sound was heard as a finger force formed a net and shrouded them. Chu Li waved his fists and shouted, "Charge!" Li Xinghe's blue robe fluttered as he launched palm after palm in an endless stream. The small star palm was firm and pure, and the palm forces overlapped to form a shield to block the Blood God's finger. Lu Chenyu and Chu Li had already been reminded. Like Chu Li, they continued to launch their fists and charged forward with the fist force. The fist force in front of them was extremely firm after overlapping. This was the wonder of the Divine Light Fist. Although it was the first time the 3 of them worked together, they were well coordinated. Their fist forces overlapped to form a mountain of fists in front of them. Li Xinghe chuckled and disappeared in a flash. He appeared on a treetop in the distance and looked down at them fighting. Chu Li turned his head and ignored him. The 3 of them immediately fell into a tough battle. Although the 6th Church of the Divine Blood's masters were weaker than Chu Li, They were stronger than Fong Qingyang and the others. One of them was enough to make them breathless. Now that two of them were attacking at the same time, they were soon in danger. Chuli was not at a disadvantage, even though he was fighting two at once. He shouted, "Young Masterly, are you going to watch us die? Your Holy Church of Light's priest is too weak." Li Xinghe shook his head disapprovingly and launched two small star palms. A ray of starlight fell from the sky and condensed into the small star palm. It had not loosened due to the distance, but was still firm and pure. Its power did not diminish, causing the Church of the Divine Blood's masters to take a step back in fear. Lu Qinyu and Fong Qingyang immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Zhao, put in more effort to eliminate them so that the saint doesn't have to do anything, Li Xinghe said with a smile. Chuli was furious, but he suppressed it forcefully. He could not bear to wait until they had cooperated. He had to find a chance to settle the score with them. The round-faced elder frowned and scoffed. "The saint of the Holy Church of Light? I'd like to see her for myself." Chuli said coldly, "How arrogant." These 6 people obviously did not take the Holy Church of Light seriously. Even though they knew it was a trap, they did not care and were eager to make a move. Another Church of the Divine Blood's master laughed. "I heard that the saint of the Holy Church of Light is a great beauty. Wouldn't it be great if we could capture her?" "Huh." The other 5 elders laughed. Lu Qinyu's expression darkened, while Fong Qingyang flew into a rage. "You're courting death." His figure suddenly sped up, drifting unpredictably like a ghost. Chapter 1322. Chuli yelled, "Priest King, don't fall for it." Fong Qingyang knew that they were trying to provoke him, but he could not control himself. He had always regarded the saint as his god and would never tolerate anyone insulting her. Chuli shook his head helplessly. They're just trying to vent their anger. They wouldn't even dare to make a sound when the saint is right in front of them. "Priest King, why bother with them? They're just clowns." Fong Qingyang scoffed. "I won't forgive them for insulting the saint like this." He moved like a ghost and threw 3 punches in the time it took for him to finish his sentence. Bang, 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 he clashed with his opponent. His movements became faster and faster as he used his opponent's palm energy to activate his light body technique. Li Xinghe clapped and laughed. Great martial arts indeed, as expected of a priest from the Holy Church of Light. Chuli lifted his head and glared at Li Xinghe. "Young Masterly, you're too much. Is this how the Stargazing Pavilion supports us? Are you just watching from the sidelines and making sarcastic remarks?" He dealt with the 2 masters of the Church of the Divine Blood with ease, but he had no intention of supporting Lu Qinyu and Fong Qingyang. Although they were in a precarious situation, they did not use their last resort or ordinary secret techniques, let alone the secret technique of great light. As a priest, they knew more secret skills and had more tricks up their sleeves. This was definitely not their only trick. They might be numbing their opponents or figuring out their tricks to deal a fatal blow. Li Xinghe laughed. "I don't have to fight against such a small opponent. If 6 Church of Divine Blood Masters can't stop them, then the Holy Church of Light should just surrender. There's no need to resist anymore. If the Stargazing Pavilion is helping us like this, surrendering to the Church of Divine Blood might be a way out," Chuli said coldly. Li Xinghe smiled and shook his head. "Do you think you can live by surrendering? Their blood dragon pool is formed from the blood essence of grandmasters. Masters like you are their favorite to kill. They prefer your blood essence more than the Holy Church of Light." Chuli said, "We won't survive if the Stargazing Pavilion supports us like this. If young Masterly continues like this, don't blame us for being rude." "Hee, how rude." Li Xinghe chuckled and said nonchalantly, "Are you going to fight me? Even if I can't, the saint can." Chuli said, "How about we kill you and shift the blame to the Church of Divine Blood? Does young Masterly think we can't do it?" He narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Xinghe indifferently. "You sure are ruthless." Li Xinghe shivered and shook his head with a smile. "All right, I'll come down and help you." He pretended to be indifferent, but deep down, he was in awe. He could feel Chu Li's murderous intent. It was not child's play. It seemed that Chu Li was very angry with him and was afraid of Sun Mingyue's martial arts. If he provoked them, there was nothing they wouldn't do. He floated to Lu Qinyu's side, and the situation immediately changed. Lu Qinyu was able to catch his breath, and Li Xinghe vented his anger on the experts of the Divine Blood Church. The lesser heavenly star palm force was endless as it suppressed the divine blood finger and pressed forward. Chu Li also increased his strength, pressuring the two masters from the Church of the Divine Blood so much that they could not breathe. Bang! He suddenly disappeared from where he was like a ghost and reappeared behind another expert from the Church of the Divine Blood. The divine light fist sent the old man flying with a dull thud that shook everyone's soul. Chu Li threw another punch without hesitation. Bam! The old man took another punch in the air and retreated even faster. You're courting death. The other old man snorted angrily. His body suddenly shrunk, turning from a slightly plump figure to as thin as a bamboo pole. His martial arts suddenly increased, and his speed increased by 30 to 40%. He appeared in front of Chu Li in an instant, and his palm that had a layer of rouge on it hit Chu Li's chest. Chu Li was sent flying. Bam! He threw two punches in the air. One was aimed at the old man who had caught up to him, and the other was aimed at the other old man. He blocked their attacks, and they did not continue to chase after him. The tip of his toes touched a pine tree, and the pine tree snapped with a crack. He then floated toward the thin old man who was charging at him. The thin old man unleashed a secret skill. Under the omniscient mirror, the vigor around his body was so intense that it was like a raging flame. Chu Li scoffed and threw another two punches, blocking the thin old man's footsteps. Although the thin old man was faster and stronger, Chu Li could always interrupt his movements. It was as if he was stuck on the old and new points of force in his movements. This made the old man extremely uncomfortable, and he was so frustrated that he wanted to shout. Li Xinghe raised his voice. Brother Zhao, are you all right? I won't die. Chu Li scoffed. Li Xinghe smiled. Don't underestimate their secret skill. The most powerful one is the blood god's disintegration. You must be careful. Chu Li replied. I know. The 10 of them were in a stalemate. Although Chu Li had been hit by a palm and was injured, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, he could still hold on. The same went for the other 3. It was difficult to kill the people from the Church of the Divine Blood, and the Church of the Divine Blood could not kill them. Oomph. The short and round old man suddenly scoffed. Use your secret skill and get rid of them. All right, everyone responded. Suddenly, the 6 old men became skinny and moved at lightning speed. Their finger energy and palm energy were 30 to 40% stronger, and they instantly pressured Chu Li and the others to the point that they could not breathe. The situation was once again precarious. Although Chu Li was pressured to the point that he could not breathe, he had no intention of using his secret skill. He raised his voice and said, Young Master Li, is this all you're capable of? Where's the secret skill of Stargazing Pavilion? Li Xinghe scoffed. It's useless even if I use my secret skill. How can it compare to their blood god's disintegration? He was worried that if he used his secret skill and forced these people to go all out, they would definitely use the blood god's disintegration and he would be the unlucky one. What a bunch of trash. A delicate voice was heard. Sun Mingyue and the 4 women from Plain Maiden Palace fluttered out. Mei Dong let out a cold laugh when she saw this scene and scolded disdainfully. Chu Li looked at her without saying a word. What are you looking at? You're all trash. Mei Dong said in disdain. Move. All of you move. Chu Li fluttered and retreated. Li Xinghe, Lu Qinyu, and Fang Qingyang retreated too. The 6 old men from the Church of the Divine Blood frowned as they stared at Mei Chun and the other 3 women. Why is Plain Maiden Palace here? You sure have your hands on us. The short and round old man frowned in dissatisfaction. Are you guys trying to pick a fight? Mei Dong pointed at the 6 of them with her slender fingers and scoffed. Plain Maiden Palace is friendly with the Holy Church of Light. If you know what's good for you, get lost or we'll chop off your heads and kick them around like balls. The round-faced old man frowned. If Plain Maiden Palace doesn't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being rude. Chuli walked slowly to Sun Mingyue's side. Sun Mingyue glared at him and shook her head, signaling him not to speak. Chuli looked helpless. All right, let's see how you're going to be rude. Mei Dong scoffed and turned her head. Big sister, are you going to fight them? Kill them? Benzedrine? Do it, Mei Chun said with a cold expression. The four women turned into four white shadows and unsheathed their long swords from their waists. The sword gleams were like waterfalls as the four sword gleams combined into a halo and trapped the 6 old men. You're courting death, the short and round old man said coldly. Don't hold back, kill them. The 6 old men pointed their fingers, and the Church of the Divine Blood's power weaved into a net that trapped them tightly. Ding, 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 ding. The continuous sound of metal clashing was like rain hitting on banana leaves. It was the result of the finger energy hitting the swords. Chuli turned his head and asked, The saint isn't going to make a move? Let's wait and see. Sun Mingyue said, Are you hurt? Chuli nodded. Sun Mingyue frowned at him. Chapter 1323. Chuli turned to look at the 4 women from the Plain Maiden Palace. Mei Chun and the other 3 women had bad personalities. They were cold and arrogant, but their swordsmanship was really good. The 4 of them seemed to be connected as if they were one person. Their sword lights were connected to each other, forming a round halo that trapped the 6 masters of the Divine Blood Church. The halo was getting tighter and tighter, and the space for the 6 old men to move was getting narrower and narrower. They were like insects that had been entangled by a spider. Chuli sighed in admiration and shook his head. It seemed like the Church of the Divine Blood did not take the Holy Church of Light seriously at all. How could these masters do anything to the Holy Church of Light? Even without the help of the Plain Maiden Palace, he and Sun Mingyue were enough to get rid of these 6 people. Mei Chun and the other 3 women revealed a smile on their cold faces. The 6 people from a Divine Blood Church had less and less room to struggle. They were about to be killed. Bang, bang. Suddenly, 2 muffled sounds rang out, and 2 clouds of blood mist exploded, spreading out and enveloping the surroundings, including the 4 women. The waterfall-like sword technique suddenly stagnated. The 6 masters of the Divine Blood Church took the opportunity to attack the sword formation. Sun Mingyue moved and was about to make a move. Chuli suddenly moved his body to block her. Sun Mingyue was stunned. She could not help but stop moving and frowned at Chuli. Chuli shook his head and said nothing. Sun Mingyue slowed down and attacked again, but she missed the opportunity. The 6 masters of the Divine Blood Church turned into 6 streaks of bloodlight and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even though Sun Mingyue's light body technique was top-notch, she could not catch up to them. Damn it! Mei Dong stomped her foot in anger. She looked down at her sword, but it was already rusty. The other 3 women also frowned as they looked at their swords. There was a layer of rust on their swords. Blood God, disintegration technique. Mei Chun said lightly, What a pity. Chuli frowned and said, I thought that the Blood God's disintegration technique was a technique that would perish together with the enemy. I didn't expect them to be fine. Are you all right? Li Xinghe snorted and pursed his lips. They used the sanguine escape, and their martial arts will be crippled when they return. How can they be considered unscathed? Chuli said, Even if I'm crippled in my martial arts, I can always cultivate it back. It's still better than losing my life. It seems like this Blood God disintegration technique is indeed mysterious. The Blood God escape is even more powerful, Li Xinghe said. Once it's used, it's almost impossible to catch up. Chuli nodded. Shut up, Mei Dong shouted. She turned her head and stared at them coldly. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. Why are you so talkative? Gong Lu Chengshi wasn't able to make those 6 fellows stay and let them escape forcefully. This made her extremely resentful, and when she heard Li Xinghe's words, she couldn't help but get angry. Li Xinghe frowned and was about to flare up. In the stargazing pavilion, he was also the favored son of heaven. Even the elders looked up to him and spoke politely. Although the plain girl palace was strong, it was not as strong as the stargazing pavilion. However, with his status, he had to endure the insults of the disciples of the Plain Girl Palace. It was already his limit to endure it. Chu Li's omniscient mirror had been observing everyone's expressions. Although he could not see Li Xinghe's inner thoughts, he could guess from his subtle expressions that he was about to explode. However, with the current situation, he could not let the stargazing pavilion and the Plain Maiden Palace fight each other. Otherwise, the Holy Church of Light would lose its support if there was internal strife. He had shown weakness earlier to let the Plain Maiden Palace know that the Holy Church of Light was not strong enough and that they needed to send more people over. If they were to cause a ruckus with the stargazing pavilion and both parties withdrew out of anger, the Holy Church of Light would be the one to suffer. These thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. He immediately took a step forward and shouted at Mei Dong in a deep voice, "Shut up!" Mei Dong looked at him in shock while the other 3 women glared at him coldly. Chu Li yelled, "I was wondering how powerful the disciples of the Plain Girl Palace were, but you let them go. You even have the guts to be so unreasonable. How shameless!" "What did you say?" Mei Dong gritted her teeth and questioned him slowly. Her gaze seemed to pierce through him. Chu Li sneered arrogantly. "I thought the disciples of the Plain Girl Palace were powerful. Now that I've seen them, they're just SOSO. It's not worth it for me to swallow my anger like this." "Bastard!" Mei Dong scoffed angrily. She pulled out her sword and thrust it forward. The rusty long sword turned into a red light and shot toward Chu Li. Chu Li bent his finger and gently flicked it. Ding! The sword suddenly broke. Mei Dong's movement froze. She took a step back and looked at her broken sword. She stared at Chu Li in shock. She was not surprised by the fact that Chu Li was able to break the sword. Instead, she was shocked by the force that came from the sword. It was so pure and fierce that it penetrated into her internal organs. If it were not for her plain maiden heart scripture, she would have suffered a great loss. Mei Dong gritted her teeth and stared at him. Chu Li said, "Thank you for letting me win. Do you think you're the one who broke the sword?" Mei Dong sneered and said, "This is caused by the blood god's disintegration technique. If you can survive the blood god's disintegration technique, you'll be considered powerful." Chu Li said the blood god's disintegration technique is just SOSO. The disciples of the Plain Girl Palace are too weak. "I dare you to say that again." Mei Dong gritted her teeth and said word by word. Chu Li said, "Your martial arts are too weak. You're a disgrace to the reputation of the Plain Girl Palace." "All right, then I'd like to see your martial arts." Mei Dong scoffed. "But we've always fought together as 4. "All right, let's spar then." Chu Li scoffed. "Priest Xiao." Sun Mingwe frowned and said coldly, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chu Li said, "Saint, if they're really capable, I'll admit that they're tyrannical. But I'm not convinced that they're only capable of this despite their bad temper." Miss May and the others are being polite. Sun Mingwe scoffed. "How can they mess around?" Chu Li kept quiet. Mei Dong gritted her teeth and said, "Saint, you don't have to say anything. We have to teach him a lesson. Sai, he has such a bad temper. You don't have to lower yourself to his level," Sun Mingwe said. Mei Dong scoffed. "He won't be convinced if we don't teach him a lesson." Chu Li said, "That's right." Mei Dong yelled and turned into a white shadow. The 4 women surrounded Chu Li. Mei Dong suddenly appeared next to Fong Qingyang and pulled out his sword. Then, she attacked Chu Li with the 3 women. The sword light turned into a dark red halo that enveloped Chu Li. Chu Li unsheathed his sword and swung it to meet the attack. Ding, ding, ding. He was using the divine light sword technique. Sun Mingwe looked at Chu Li's sword technique in shock. Of course, she had learned the divine light sword technique. However, she rarely used it because her mastery of it was very ordinary. In her eyes, the power of the divine light sword technique was ordinary and far inferior to the divine light fist. Moreover, it was not as convenient. However, the divine light sword technique in Chu Li's hands was exquisite, perfectly meeting the 4 women's swords. Amidst the clear sound, Chu Li met the 4 swords with 1 sword. However, he did it with ease and ease, suppressing the four women's sharp sword techniques. The sword light formed a circle that grew larger and larger. Then it dispersed and lost all its power. Mei Chun and the others were furious and shocked. They looked down on the martial arts world of the Li dynasty and the Holy Church of Light. However, because the Holy Church of Light had a relationship with the Plain Maiden Palace and Sun Mingyue was a master who was superior to them, they would not come to help. They never thought that there would be such a powerful master like Chu Li. They could not accept it. Chu Li suddenly sped up. The sword light intensified and pierced their wrists. Clang! The three swords fell to the ground, broken into two. Chu Li sheathed his sword and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Chapter 1324. Everyone was stunned, and the place fell silent. The air seemed to have frozen as a gentle breeze blew. They did not move. Chu Li smiled at the four ladies, as if waiting for them to speak. Sun Mingyue frowned in silence. Lu Qingyu shook his head. Fang Qingyang opened his mouth to cheer, but held it in. Li Xinghe stared at Chu Li. In the end, their gazes fell on the four ladies of Plain Maiden Palace to see how they would react. Mei Chun took a deep breath and said slowly, "Great swordsmanship. I didn't expect the Divine Light sword technique to be so exquisite. I'm impressed." Chu Li gave a fist salute and smiled. "Miss Mei, you flatter me." Mei Chun glanced at Mei Dong and shook her head with a sigh. "I know now that there's always someone better out there." Mei Dong scoffed and pouted her delicate red lips. She rolled her eyes at Chu Li, but did not say a word. Chu Li said, "I was just lucky." "Hypocrite." Mei Dong scoffed and glared at him. "A win is a win. Don't talk about luck. It's no big deal that we're not as skilled as them. We'll deal with you in the future." "Little sister." Mei Chun scoffed. Mei Dong shut her mouth and turned her head away from Chu Li. Sun Mingyue said, "Let's go back and talk." "Zhao Day, are you hurt?" Chu Li wiped the dried blood from the corner of his mouth. "I'm fine. Go back and heal yourself. They'll come again." Sun Mingyue scoffed. "It won't be the six of them next time. There'll be more powerful masters." Chu Li nodded. "Even if there are more powerful masters, we'll be in trouble. Saint, you should ask for help from Plain Maiden Palace." Mei Dong was about to shout. Mei Chun waved her hand to stop her and nodded. "Priest Zhao is right. We'll ask for help from the palace leader and ask for more powerful masters." Chu Li smiled and nodded. "Thank you." "You leave first." Sun Mingyue scoffed. Chu Li gave a fist salute and glided away. Li Xinghe watched his silhouette disappear and said with a smile, "This priest Zhao is really interesting. He hides his strength." Sun Mingyue looked at him deeply. "Same to you, young Master Li." Li Xinghe was slightly apprehensive. Her eyes that were as clear as spring water seemed to see through his innards and even all the secrets in his heart. He felt that all of his thoughts were exposed under her gaze. He chuckled and said, "Saintess, you flatter me. I'll take my leave then." Sun Mingyue said, "Young Master Li, you've seen it. We can't stop the Church of the Divine Blood with just these people. I hope that you can send more people over." "This." Li Xinghe hesitated. Sun Mingyue said faintly, "Only you, young Master Li, is indeed a little perfunctory." Li Xinghe sighed and shook his head. "Forget it. Let's just speak the truth to the Saintess. We really can't find anyone in the pavilion. You also know that our stargazing pavilion doesn't have many disciples. Most of them are in seclusion and can't be disturbed. I'm the only idler." "All right then." Sun Mingyue nodded lightly. She turned her head and smiled. "Senior Sister Mei, let's go back." Mei Chun nodded. The other three ladies remained silent. It was obvious that they had yet to recover from their defeat to Chu Li. Ever since they came to the Holy Church of Light, they had always been thinking about whether they could defeat Sun Mingyue. They had never taken the other disciples of the Holy Church of Light seriously. In their eyes, Chu Li and the others were not worth mentioning and could not withstand a single blow. However, they were defeated by Chu Li in terms of swordsmanship. It was a huge blow to them. A full moon hung in the sky. A cool breeze blew and the Divine Light Basilica was brightly lit. Chu Li was sitting on an armchair. Lu Chenyu and Fong Qingyang sat opposite him. Sun Mingyue, who was dressed in a white gown, was sitting behind the long table. Her face was covered with a white veil, revealing only her bright and charming eyes. Priest Zhao, you're too reckless. Lu Chenyu shook his head and sighed. Stargazing Pavilion said that they're helping us, but we can't count on them. The Plain Maiden Palace is our greatest support and our only hope. You've offended them so ruthlessly. Aren't you afraid that they'll run away in anger and watch without doing anything? Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Priest Lu, you're worrying too much. They won't do that. Lu Chenyu frowned. They're young and impetuous. You're so ruthless. It's very likely that they'll run away out of anger. They're disciples of a major faction. They still have this bit of magnanimity, Chu Li said. You. Lu Chenyu shook his head. Sun Mingyue said, Priest Zhao, do you want the Plain Maiden Palace to send more powerful martial arts masters? Chu Li smiled and fist saluted. You know me best, Saint. It's too risky. Sun Mingyue gave him a sidelong glance. Fong Qingyang said, but it's so satisfying. I get angry every time I think about how they don't treat us like humans. He was also a young talent and could be said to be a genius of his generation. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Because it was an important matter, he could only hold it in for a while. He could not vent it out. Chu Li had given him a hard slap in the face. Chu Li said, I'm confident. Tell me about it. Sun Mingyue scoffed. If you're so angry that they run away, we might as well run for our lives. Chu Li smiled. They won't get up early if there's nothing to gain. Why did they come to help? I don't think it's because they're close friends. They're just like Stargazing Pavilion. They don't care about us at all. They're only using us as bait. Sun Mingyue nodded. She was well aware of this. Lu Chenyu frowned and pondered. Fong Qingyang looked thoughtful too. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. If our bait isn't big enough, we won't be able to attract more people from the Church of the Divine Blood. Does that mean that the Plain Maiden Palace and Stargazing Pavilion have joined forces? Sun Mingyue asked. Chu Li said slowly, most likely. Even if they didn't join forces before, they can only join forces now. Stargazing Pavilion won't allow them to sit back and reap the benefits in the end. Sun Mingyue frowned. Joining forces, Chu Li said, the more people we attract, the easier it is for them to succeed. That's why the Plain Maiden Palace will send more people over. How frustrating, Fong Qingyang said hatefully. Lu Chenyu shook his head and did not say anything. He looked annoyed too. They acted as bait and fought with the masters of the Church of the Divine Blood. Stargazing Pavilion and the Plain Maiden Palace took a shortcut and reaped the benefits. They reaped the benefits, but did not share it with them. They even consider themselves as helpers. Sun Mingyue said calmly, the situation is beyond our control. It can't be helped. Chu Li knew that she was only calm on the surface. Deep down, she was not. He could vaguely guess that her ambition was to change the situation. Fong Qingyang said, Priest Zhao, you got hurt on purpose, right? With Chu Li's cultivation level and shrewdness, he would not have been caught off guard and hit by a master of the Church of the Divine Blood. Others might not know about his shrewdness, but Fong Qingyang knew. Chu Li nodded slowly. If I take this hit, I can track him. Is this the ability of the Heavenly Heart technique? Fong Qingyang asked. Yes. Chu Li nodded. Saint, I'll go after them now. All right, be careful. Sun Mingyue said, if you can't do it, just retreat. There's no need to force it. Chapter 1325. P. FW. L. Hashtag. WG. A. WW. L. 5. C0. T. Chu Li sat cross-legged on a tree branch. His body was one with the tree. As the tree swayed gently, his mind was unusually peaceful. A scene 100 miles away appeared in his mind. 6 masters of the Church of the Divine Blood were sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak, healing their wounds. The wind whistled, but they sat peacefully like 6 stones. Our 2 elders stood up vigilantly, while the other 2 helped their companions heal. Chu Li stared at them thoughtfully. He could see through their channeling routes. Their vital energy was extremely strong. Blood red enveloped their bodies, but wherever their inner energy passed, it was redder and brighter. Chuli could see the channeling routes clearly. Chuli watched and thought at the same time. He wanted to find the weakness of their martial arts heart technique. He wanted to grasp the speed and route of their channeling so that it would be easier for him to find their weak points. Our time passed by slowly, and the stars moved. Unknowingly, the sun rose and shone brightly on them and Chuli. Chuli found that the two elders who used the secret skills still had their martial arts. It was obvious that they stopped in time. As a result, although they lost some of their strength, they did not lose too much. Chuli wondered if he could kill all of them in one go if he launched a sneak attack. In the end, he shook his head. It would be difficult. They were very good at escaping. Apart from the two who used the secret skill and could kill them in one hit, the other four were able to escape. The Church of the Divine Blood was not to be underestimated. Even if the Stargazing Pavilion and the Plain Maiden Palace joined forces, the Holy Church of the Divine Blood would be in trouble. With this escape technique, it was impossible to destroy the Church of the Divine Blood. They could only inflict heavy losses. When the Church of the Divine Blood retaliated, the Holy Church of the Divine Blood would bear the brunt. When that time came, the Stargazing Pavilion and the Plain Maiden Palace would no longer care about the Holy Church of the Divine Blood. When he thought of this, Chuli sighed to himself. The law of the jungle between the sects was even more obvious. There was almost no personal feelings to speak of. Just as the 6 old men were about to get up and leave, they heard a muffled bang. One of the Divine Blood Church's masters suddenly flew up and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He roared, "Watch out!" The other 5 quickly turned back to face the old man who had been sent flying. The old man flew off the cliff and fell into the deep valley. Leave me alone!" He roared angrily in the air and suddenly flew towards the cliff. He stretched out his hand and struck the moss-covered cliff, sending him flying diagonally up the cliff. The other 5 people stopped moving. It was impossible for them to fall to their deaths in such a steep valley. They were more vigilant against the hidden experts. Bang! The short and stout old man suddenly struck out with his palm. His palm collided with something in the air, producing a dull thud. The short and fat old man snorted. "You're from a stargazing pavilion, hiding your head but showing your tail. Show yourself." 2 middle-aged men in blue robes appeared in the air and looked at the 5 of them expressionlessly. They then looked at the 6th person who floated down and stood in front of them with a disapproving expression. The 2 middle-aged men in blue robes looked ordinary, and their temperament was also ordinary. They were not eye-catching and would be ignored in a crowd. They did not have the aura of a disciple from a famous sect. They saw the cultivation of the 6 masters of the Divine Blood sect and were very confident, so they did not want to waste time and effort. They just wanted to use force. The short and fat old man's expression was dignified. He could feel the profound cultivation of the 2 men. He said in a low voice, "Is the Stargazing Pavilion really going against us?" Yes. Looks like you're ready. Are you ready too? Haha, that's right. Then let's see who's better." The short and fat old man laughed and shouted in a low voice, "Let's go together." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 people turned around and walked away in groups of 3. They shot the Divine Blood finger behind them and covered the 2 masters of the Stargazing Pavilion. Humph! The 2 middle-aged men in blue robes sneered and waved their hands. The continuous palm power condensed into a shield in front of them. They already had a way to counter the Divine Blood finger, and the little star palm was the most suitable. They chased the masters of the Divine Blood sect for hundreds of miles in one breath. Chuli was right behind them. The 2 masters of the Divine Blood sect who had used the secret technique had recovered. The 2 masters of the Stargazing Pavilion knew that they had used the secret technique, so they wanted to defeat them without a fight. They did not expect that they had recovered. After running for 100 miles in one breath, the 2 masters of the Stargazing Pavilion realized that they had been tricked. They were very angry. Luckily, they had been fooled by these hot-blooded, reckless, but stupid guys. They were so angry that they did not hold back anymore. They disappeared and reappeared behind the two masters in the next moment. Bang bang. The two masters of the divine blood sect were sent flying with blood spurting out. The two masters of the divine blood sect turned around in the air and rushed back to attack the two masters with the other four masters. The devouring blood palm and the little star palm collided. The palm power was so strong that sand and stones flew everywhere. They were in a peach forest. Under the palm power, the weeds were uprooted and sent flying with the soil. The delicate peach blossoms were crushed and fell into the mud. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled sounds were endless. The two masters of the stargazing pavilion were pressuring the six masters. The little star palm came one after another, and the palm power did not seem to dissipate. It formed a sea of palm power. The six masters of the divine blood sect were like drowning people, and their struggles were getting weaker and weaker. The two masters of the divine blood sect used the secret technique. Suddenly, their bodies were as thin as bamboo, and their movements were as fast as ghosts. They recovered a little, but soon they were at a disadvantage again. Humph. Two more masters of the divine blood sect used the secret technique and became thin. The two middle-aged men of the stargazing pavilion sneered. Suddenly, two blue lights fell from the sky and penetrated their bodies. Their clothes suddenly fluttered, and the power of their palms suddenly increased by 2 times. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 masters of the divine blood sect were sent flying. The other 2 masters of the divine blood sect who could not use the secret technique, and the other 2 who had used the secret technique were sent flying. They spat out blood in the air, and their faces were pale. They wanted to use the blood god's release technique, but they found that they could not. The palm power of the little star palm was everywhere, and they could not use it. Run. The 4 masters' hearts sank, and they hurriedly shouted. The other 2 masters of the divine blood sect did not have time to speak. Bang, bang, 2 muffled sounds were heard, and they were sent flying as well. Lee shook his head. The 2 masters of the stargazing pavilion who had used the secret technique were really amazing. He came out of the forest and flashed like a ghost. One by one, he sent the 6 masters of the divine blood sect flying. Then, he turned and left, disappearing into the forest again. The 6 masters of the divine blood sect turned into 6 bloody lights and shot into the distance. Under Lee's palm, the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation scripture circulated several times in an instant, and the extremely pure palm power of the little star palm dissolved in their bodies. They immediately used the blood god's release technique to escape. This change happened in the blink of an eye. The eyes of the 2 masters of the stargazing pavilion turned red. They roared and turned into 2 streams of light, shooting toward the 6 masters of the divine blood sect. But the blood god's release technique was so fast that they could not catch up. They went farther and farther away, and soon disappeared. They gritted their teeth in anger and turned around to look for Lee, but Lee was already nowhere to be found. Chapter 13:26. Their anger surged, and they gnashed their teeth in hatred. They had never suffered such a loss before. It had always been them plotting against others, and they had never been plotted against like this. In just a short moment, the favorable situation had been destroyed. In just a flash of thought, all their hard work had gone down the drain. The 2 of them gritted their teeth, determined to find this guy, so they didn't move, put their palms together, and used the stargazing art to calculate. A moment later, the 2 of them were at a loss. Their expressions became even more unsightly. They were definitely going to suffer this loss. They actually couldn't figure out who it was. This kind of situation was very common. Otherwise, the stargazing pavilion would have been invincible in the world long ago. The other party would either be wearing some kind of precious weapon that could isolate them from prying eyes, or they would have a profound cultivation level that reached the Grandmaster's boundary, or they would be cultivating some kind of secret technique. Encountering such a situation, they could only admit that they were unlucky and could do nothing about it. The six powerhouses of the Divine Blood Church ran thousands of miles in one go and only stopped when they reached the Fu dynasty's territory. Their faces were as pale as a sheet. They found a dense forest and stopped there. They began to heal their wounds and restore their cultivation. Although the blood god escape technique was wondrous, it came at a great price. Almost all of his blood essence had been used up, and he would need a long time to recover. He had already used the blood god escape once before, exhausting half of his essence blood. If he used it again, he would exhaust the remaining half. He would not be able to use the blood god escape again. If there was another ambush, he could only resign himself to death. The six of them had just closed their eyes when they suddenly opened them. Li Xinghe's blue robes fluttered in the wind as he stood quietly on a tree. He looked at them coldly, as though he was looking at a dead man. "It's you." The short and stout old man's face darkened. Li Xinghe shook his head and said, "As expected, you guys would come here. How did you know that we would come here?" The short and stout old man snorted coldly. "Your divine foresight?" "That's right. I predicted that you would appear here, so I came here to wait." Li Xinghe nodded lightly and said, "Your lifespans have come to an end. There's no need to struggle. Accept your fate. You don't have that much ability." The short and stout old man snorted. His heart kept sinking. He did not expect that he would not be able to escape from the stargazing pavilion scheme. These people from the stargazing pavilion were really hateful. He wanted to break their necks one by one. Li Xinghe said, "You can't activate the blood god disintegration art, can you? You can try." The short and stout old man sneered. Sigh. Li Xinghe shook his head and said, "Why bother? Come on, don't. Gather? Zheng humility? Throw away danger and cry for help." There was no point in delaying and delaying. They wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. After using the blood god escape twice and draining all of their blood essence, they could only barely maintain their spirits. They couldn't even use 20% of their power. Li Xinghe smiled and vanished from the tree with a flash. The next moment, he appeared behind an old man and struck out with a palm strike. The old man let out a muffled pung sound as a bloody mist filled the air. He had used the blood god disintegration technique. Li Xinghe suddenly vanished and appeared behind another elder in the next moment. Another minor heavenly star palm force was unleashed. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and a bloody mist permeated the air again. The blood god body disintegration technique had been used again. Li Xinghe had already vanished, unable to injure him. The blood mist from before dissipated, leaving nothing behind. The person who used it had completely disappeared from the world. The other four elders turned around and left. They went in two different directions, one on the left and one on the right, and entered the depths of the forest. Sigh. Li Xinghe sighed. They were supposed to be powerful experts, but now they couldn't retaliate against his schemes and could only resort to using the blood god disintegration technique. No matter how powerful an expert was, they had to be wary of other schemes. Li Xinghe was no exception. He caught up to the two elders again. He suddenly sensed danger as he was about to attack and retreated. Bang, bang. The two elders executed the blood god disintegration technique at the same time. The bloody mist surged, and he couldn't evade in time. After the blood god disintegration technique was executed, the four elders were all dead. Normally, the blood god disintegration technique wouldn't be affected when one's blood essence was at its peak. However, there wasn't much blood essence left. If the blood god disintegration technique was used again, the blood essence would vanish completely, and the user would return to the land of the blood god in the sky beyond heavens. Li Xinghe turned around and continued to chase after the remaining two. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up to them. The two elders couldn't use the blood god escape and couldn't escape his pursuit. "You guys can't escape." Li Xinghe shook his head and sighed. The short and plump elder turned his head and glanced at him. He didn't say a word and continued to run for his life. The elder beside him said in a deep voice, "Senior brother, I'll cover you." The short and plump elder said angrily, "Run as far as you can. If you can't escape, then fight for your life." "It's useless." The other elder shook his head and said, "This is fate. It's not an injustice to die in the hands of the stargazing pavilion. Senior brother, you must return." After he said that, he turned around and charged at Li Xinghe. He waved all 10 of his fingers, and the blood god fingers shot out like hidden weapons. Li Xinghe continuously struck out with a small heavenly palm. He shook his head as he looked at the short and plump elder who had already rushed up a mountain peak. There was no way he could escape. A soundless finger force was sandwiched in between the blood god fingers. It was as light as cotton and didn't move at all. Eventually, it landed on Li Xinghe's body. Li Xinghe immediately froze, and his movements paused. Chi 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 chi. Numerous blood god fingers had already struck him. His face immediately turned red. The blood essence in his body boiled as he lost control. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. His internal organs were severely injured. The blood god fingers were this overbearing. It was fine when it came into contact with palm force, but once it came into contact with flesh and blood, it would be like a fish in water, and its power would increase by several folds. Bang! The elder from the Divine Blood Church suddenly turned into a bloody mist. Li Xinghe desperately flashed and disappeared from where he was, but he was still stained by the bloody mist. He waved his palm like a knife without hesitation, slicing off the flesh on the outside of his arm piece by piece. Blood was dripping, and his white bones were exposed. Li Xinghe's face looked like it was smeared with lime. He gritted his teeth and took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket. He crushed the bottle and sprinkled the powder on his arm, which quickly stopped the bleeding. He then glared at the elder who had already disappeared. Li Xinghe knew that he couldn't catch up to the last elder, so he could only let him go. He was too careless. He frowned as he thought about what had just happened. He felt that it was a little strange. Why did I suddenly freeze? Could there have been some other expert helping me? However, his instincts were unusually sharp, so it was impossible for him to have been plotted against. He was puzzled and felt that it might be an unknown secret skill of the Divine Blood Church. There were many secret skills in famous sects, and many of them were obscure secret skills that had never been seen before. They might not be powerful enough, but they often had unexpected effects that could catch people off guard. This was the case this time. Chu Li retreated successfully and disappeared without a trace. No one noticed his appearance. The petrifying finger was indeed unique, especially when it was used with the Heavenly Heart technique. It was able to fool Li Xinghe's instincts. The Heavenly Heart technique was a good thing, and he needed to discover its mysteries on his own. This time, he had an idea and used the Heavenly Heart technique to activate the petrifying finger. Since the disciples of the Prophecy Pavilion could not divine the Heavenly Heart technique, and the Prophecy Pavilion and the Stargazing Pavilion shared the same lineage, he speculated that Li Xinghe would not be able to sense the Heavenly Heart technique. As such, it would be easier for him to plot against him, and he would not be able to divine it afterward. Chu Li nodded as he watched the short and plump elder disappear without a trace. It was truly perfect. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.